Okay, can anybody hear me here? Beautiful. First, I gotta delete that damn stream. Spent the whole hour trying to figure out how to do this freaking sound. Was trying to get a, FaceTime thing going here so you could see me, but whatever. Anyway, a lot of these you have already seen, and some you have not. We're gonna start with the females because that's pretty much what it is that I've been known for a very, very, very long time. And then we'll go into the guys probably in a separate stream because I got about 80 or so females on this first profile. Like, I'm thinking maybe 90 or so female CAWs on this primary profile. So there's a lot. I don't know if we're going to go through all of them here. Like I said, a lot of them I have not really touched since I last made them. So if you have any of them, there's probably not much difference between the version you have in your game and the version I have still here. But I guess just for the sake of reviewing, some of these you haven't seen in a long time. And like I said, some of them you haven't seen ever because I never released them. Why? Because primarily, I really don't know. There's some that have some things that I still wanted to work on, never really finalized, never really got the chance to, because then all of a sudden the Trial of Kings storyline started to take a lot of attention away from me to do any edits. Plus, there's no real need to rush it because we had a whole year and we've got another half of a year before another new wrestling game comes out, because 2K22 comes out in March next year, so there's no rush. So, yeah. Question now is, where do I start? I guess we'll go in order here. We will start with Abigail Rooker, who is still the current XWA Pearl Champion, and really not much different from when it is that I first showed her off many, many moons ago. Now, if anything, I will definitely do some work on the tattoos because there's a whole lot of gray here, whole lot of white artifacts, and since I made her, I learned how to improve on the effects of tattoos and transparencies, but was just too lazy to apply those changes to any of the older CAWs that I had made before I learned how to do it. So, yeah. When next you see her, these tattoos are going to be a whole lot cleaner looking on her. Yes, Six. I've been good. Just been busy with a lot of different endeavors going on, not just on top of the YouTube, but also, stepping up the artwork game and just trying to mess around with some other side hustles, because brother needs to make some money. New York ain't cheap. Yes. But yeah, aside from the tattoos, I don't know if I would actually do any other things. Maybe like change up some logos, some different logo variations and such like that, just for the sake of variety, because for the last 2.5 years, she's had the same two outfits. Yes. Yeah. A lot of things going on the Instagram there. If you guys are on Instagram and want to see my artwork, the page is OB the Creator, all one word, OBIETHE Creator. You know how to spell creator. You can see all my artwork there. It's mostly, well, it's a combination. I started out doing pinups, model pictures and stuff like that, but then I've recently gotten into doing, thank you, Six, there it is. Thank you, Laquan. Recently got into doing more original work, specifically artwork for the Trial of King's story, some of which I'm going to actually be using in the videos. Some I won't. But yeah, it's just a matter of what I want to do with that going forward. If I'm going to continue the video, maybe a comic, video comic, whatever the case may be. So yeah, there's a lot going on in the world of OB/3X. But yeah, I'm really hoping that we can do a little bit more as far as body builds are concerned and physiques. Now, over the course of the last couple of months, I did actually learn how to do the what do you call the body skinning technique that you see a lot of the creators out there do for their female cause. Basically, you're using the MVP outfit as the base, and then you're adding textures onto that. But I don't really want to do that with everyone, It's like, why can't we have more flexibility in terms of the bodies themselves and the morphing and such like that, so we can make, physiques that are different from each other. But yeah. Is the stream going to be uploaded? I don't know, because I don't know how the settings work here on the PlayStation. Yeah. This would be a pretty long stream to upload anyway, because we got a lot of stuff to cover, and I still haven't even finished talking about the first one. Let's just skim through the attires here, because like I said, ain't nothing different. It's still the same Abigail that I uploaded back in 2019. Technically 2018. It's been that long. So, the logos, everything like that, still exactly identical. For those of y'all who don't know, the face morph is a variation of Jessica Biel's face. Obviously some cosmetic changes. Yeah, body texturing is a thing. It's a workaround that people came up with. That's always been the case. People just, exaggerating on what it is that we can't do and making it happen themselves. But yeah. Yeah, out of sight, out of mind. Most people don't know that kind of stuff, so it is what it is. So then we got outfit number 2. Again, same logos. Nothing's changed at all. And like I said, I don't think I would change anything in terms of the updated version, because I like her look. Maybe I might do some long tights or something like that. The main thing as far as Abigail is concerned is that as far as her, I guess you could say, backstory and personality is concerned, I didn't want her to look too much like Haley Jonas, because I noticed that there's a lot of parallels going on between those two characters, and I didn't want her to have the street clothes type of look, because Haley's got that street clothes type of look. So had to settle for the traditional kind of biker influenced wrestling attire. So we might do some variation on that perhaps, and go from there in the future. But yeah, I may upload to Daco. I mean, the servers are still up, so I can still upload new CAWs or old CAWs that you haven't gotten the first time. So yeah, I'll make sure to do that before the end of the night. But yeah, you know, Abigail has not changed at all here. Most of them have not, because I haven't done a whole lot of updates, to be completely honest with you. Yeah. See, the thing with tattoos is it's tricky, because you gotta find tattoos that fit the character. You can just slap on whatever you want, but it makes no sense if it's like a more aggressive character and, you know, they have flower tattoos or things of that nature. It's gotta fit, you know. You don't want to use what you call tribal tattoos and stuff like that as well, because depending on the character, it's not going to look right. You don't see too many women out there with like the tribal tattoos and, you know, kind of symmetrical stuff. It's usually more ornate type of designs. But yeah, that's the trick. Okay. Number 2 here. This is yes, soft but aggressive. Kind of like how I like my ladies in real life. But yeah, that's a rare breed. I'm not gonna go into detail. But yeah, this is Aoi. I forgot the name. Hey, whoa, no, we don't want that. I hit the wrong button. Look at that. That's top tier call work right there, folks. Amazing. Amazing stuff. It's been so long, I don't remember some of their names. Yeah, I'm terrible. Anyway, this is I Hero Yoshi. Okay. She has gone through many different variations, so to speak, in terms of her look and even her name. Yes, yeah, you know, I've kind of put some people on to the fit girls. That's my thing. That's my bag right there. And you can probably tell by her look here that she is another one. The plan is to have her be the Japanese version of a Sarah Warfield or Tamara or Jamie Fury. That being the strong girl here. And aside from the name and the face, I haven't thought of anything else. The textures that are on her attire are stuff that I pulled from Community Creations, because I just wanted to have her look, or have a look for her. So this is not a finalized attire by any stretch of the imagination. It's only placeholder. It's the only attire I have for her. And aside from the entrance gear, which uses the same elements, she's pretty much still a work in progress. Has not been downloaded. Probably won't be downloaded until the next game comes out, when I really figure out what the hell I'm going to do with the character, you know, as far as attire looks like. Moveset is done. Like, everything aside from her appearance is good to go. But it's just, what do I do with it? That's the question. So, yeah. Some of these are going to go really, really fast. Yes, Riot I did make. Actually, I made a couple of Riots because I've had to use a couple of versions of him for the Trial of Kings story. There's the standard version, then there's the throwback version of Riot that goes by the name of Fate, which is his actual last name. I do believe those are still uploaded. I'm not sure because I haven't checked community creations in a very, very long time. But if he isn't, then I'll add that to the list of uploads to take care of tonight. Girlfriend wants to get muscles and bigger. Yes. This is good. These are good things. I don't mind that at all. Okay. So, third one here. Another Yoshi. Okay. If he isn't up, then I'll just re-upload him. Another Yoshi here. This is a kind of returning character. Akeko Shizuka I've made a couple of times before. But again, it's just one of those things where I never really had a final idea of what to do with her. And this here is probably going to be the basis of what it is that I do with her going forward. And yes, she is yoked. The textures I pulled from community creations from other CAWs. Because, like I said before, this was done before I found or learned how to do the texturing trick, the MVP textures and such like that. So it's just textures on top of the actual CAW skin itself. And yeah, she's very well defined. And that is a trend that you will see with a lot of my creations because I'm completely unimaginative. No, actually I have 3 accounts. Actually, technically I have 4 accounts. I have one account that has specifically all of the female CAWs. I have another account that has all of my male CAWs, and then I have a third account that has a combination of female and male CAWs that I'm using for the Trial of Kings / Underground Kings storyline. So I got 3 whole profiles of CAWs, at least 90, between 80 to 90 CAWs between the males and the females. And for the Trial of Kings stuff, maybe about 35, 40. Some of them I've made, but haven't actually used yet because, you know, it's a series. So there's going to be points in it where I'm going to be introducing characters. Yeah, I think the max is 100. It was in 2K19. I don't know about 2K20 because I didn't touch it. I know that Virtual Basement said that the Wrestling Code, the game that they're working on, you're going to have 1,000 CAW slots to work with in that. 1,000. So, yeah, we ain't going to need no multiple profiles for that. I don't know how many is going to be the max for 2K22 or the AEW game, but you got to imagine that it's going to be a lot. Because, yeah, they know we like creating wrestlers and using created wrestlers, so that's going to be something that they're going to afford to a lot of people. Yes, a whole 1,000. Going to be good times. And yeah, like, it's easy to make multiple accounts. You just have to have a new email for each account, and yeah, change some sharing settings and so on and so forth. But it's doable. It's definitely doable. But yeah, okay, let's get some close-ups here for some of the graphics. Custom stuff that I made from scratch. Well, not from scratch entirely, but the text graphics and such like that are custom made. The vectors, the colors and such like that are from internet. I wanted to make her attire be more colorful because I, make a lot of wrestlers who wear black. Again, how unimaginative. And so that is the theme for her. She, as you could probably guess, is a face, good guy character. And, yeah, she'll be making waves in Wonder at some point when I get back to refocusing on the actual wrestling stuff, which is going to happen at some stage of the game. Like, I haven't, deserted XWA or anything like that. It's just on a break because I want to do some storytelling. So attire number 2, kind of the same thing, just with the low-cut top. Yes, she is very well endowed, to say the least. But again, it's a combination of skin textures. I'm definitely going to be incorporating my own with the next version of her, because again, these are stuff that I pulled from community creation, so you're kind of at the mercy of whatever it is that they present. You can't, take it and put it into Photoshop and do improvements on them. So, kind of stuck there. And it was after I made her that I decided to focus on, really mastering that whole texturing thing so that I didn't have to rely on downloading other people's shit to do what I wanted to do with it. So she looked great, but she's gonna look a whole lot better the next time you see her when I make a new version in a new game of her. And then as far as the entrance attire, it's just a Maria Kanellis jacket, Can't really do shit with it. Can't put graphics on it or anything like that. Not where you want it to be. So, yeah. Mikasa Ackerman as a wrestler. Yes. I mean, okay. We can go with that. Concepts. I mean, I have a lot of characters who are kind of like that same idea of what if person A was in professional wrestling. So, yeah. Agreed with that, Vicky. More parts for females? Absolutely. Because they actually they actually removed a lot of parts for the female characters in the WWE games over the years. And then on top of that, yes, I'm going to complain about it because I always do it. There are certain things that you can't do in this game that you could do in 2K18 as far as like combinations for hair and, shirts or masks or stuff like that. I don't know why they did it. Whatever. I haven't played Heat in a while. Like, I played it last week or a couple of weeks ago only because I was bored. Because we were in between seasons on Destiny 2, so there wasn't jack to do in the game. So I had to kill time doing something else. Yeah. Hey, what's up, AC? Yeah. Those in-betweens, that like last 2 weeks of a season is rough. Yes. Like, I mean, granted, I don't make a whole bunch of lucha characters, but I do make a bunch of masked characters, and they would certainly benefit from being able to actually have hair under the masks, you know, instead of being limited as it is that I am. But I have been able to work it out successfully, I might add. So, yeah. Heat is a good game. Heat is a good game. I mean, it just really didn't get enough credit, and Electronic Arts are greedy bastards. So, you know, it is what it is. The game was good, it just didn't make as much money as they wanted it to make. So, as it is, the EA always does, they shut down a whole damn studio. Like, it makes no sense. Like, Electronic Arts, I don't know about them. We're giving them a chance with Battlefield 2042. But that's it. If they fuck that up, I'm done with them. Like, for real. But okay, here we go. This is Alexia Leone. Now, okay. We'll get to Sarah, actually. Yes. Now, Alexia Leone, she is in a bit of a flux right now because I had her as being a liaison to Tyson Blackheart in the XWA. I have not yet involved her into the Trial of Kings / Underground Kings arc, if you will, and I don't know if I actually am going to do that, because I have so many characters already involved in that, and I do have characters that are actually going to be crossing over that you will see in both Underground Kings and the regular XWA. Examples being Stryker, Rasputin, obviously, you know, Carmella Blackheart, and so on and so forth. So, I don't know if I'm going to bring her into that. I think I'm probably going to just focus on the feud, if you will, between her and Kamiko, because the last time you saw her, she broke Kamiko's ankle. Kamiko came back on an Io Shirai type tip, so she's like really, really aggressive, angry, and violent, and wants to kill her. And yeah, we're gonna work with that, but we're gonna do that in the XWA, not in the Underground Kings storyline. And then I might just break her off from that entirely and have her doing something else. She's still going to be a heel, though, but not involved in the Blackheart group, the Blackheart Foundation, or such, if you will. Let me just give you a close-up here. Again, it's one of those cases of not much changed. Same logo, same attire, did absolutely nothing with her. Again, you can see the gray artifacts in the tattoo, which was because, like I said with Abigail, this was before I learned how to update and improve the tattoos to get more transparency, more contrast, and such like that. And was not going to go back and do that same thing with every one of my old CAWs, because that would have took a long damn time, because I make a lot of damn CAWs. So, yeah. All that will be improved in the remix, the remake, if you will. Yeah, I mean, yes and no. She had a different attire in 2K18 when I first brought her back. So this is like the 2K19 updates, a little more traditional. And then on top of that, we got the street clothes attire, which is a little bit Tifa Lockhart inspired, but I wanted it to be more of like a kind of a mobster type of thing, you know, mafioso with the tie and such. And then she's got the platinum going on there. You're flashing the bling bling, you know. It's kind of an attire that fits more of the street fighting type of underground thing that I'm doing with Underground Kings, but like I said, I've just decided that I wanted to break her away from that, and that will happen at some point with the excuse me, Tifa. I said Tifa. Kamiko versus Alexia feud storyline. You'll see how that plays out. I've got plans. Like, I've already got things worked out for what I'm going to be doing with the XWA and such like that when I'm done with the Trial of Kings. So it doesn't stop. It's just on hold right now. And yeah, 2 accounts with 100 calls on each one. Yeah, it's just about right. I haven't maxed out on all of my accounts, but I'm right up there. Right on up there. And I think I missed some chats. How do we go scroll up on what it is that we missed? Why you gotta be such a pain in the ass? PlayStation. Yeah, that was the vibe, pretty much. I pulled that off, so. Yes, it's all about the limit breaks, baby. Dolphin blow, Omni slash. That's how we roll. But yeah, I'll probably stick with that attire. Or variation, don't know. We'll figure it out. It's really just a matter of appearances right now. But the character, the moves, everything like that, 100% complete. It's just, what are we going to do with the variation? Okay, so we're just going to scroll down a little bit just to get some requests out of the way. Jeez, I got a lot of freaking calls, don't I? Alright, here we go. Sarah Warfield. The matriarch of my female call roster. And like I said, same as Abigail and Alexia and all them. Haven't touched her since I completed the attire. There's nothing different on her. Everything is exactly the same. Logos. We got the Wonder Woman logo, the custom text. We got the old school WWF logo used very cleverly to be her own logo itself, Golden Goddess. And yeah, this is one of those variations, one of those situations that if it ain't broke, you don't fix it. When I bring her back again, it's probably going to be some variation of this. Maybe I might actually do an attire that more closely resembles Wonder Woman's attire, perhaps. Maybe Supergirl or whatever the case may be. I could pretty much go a whole bunch of different ways with her because she's always got the same vibe, which is, she looks like a superhero. She's probably as strong as one too. And yeah, always been a cut and dry design. No real, bells and whistles. Just athletic, sporty look with the gold accents because, she is the Golden Goddess. So we keep it simple. And yes, that is the Superman logo with a W as opposed to the S. Found those online on Google. And yeah, that was perfect with the black and gold motif there. So yeah, I would probably, if anything, use the Superman color scheme of the red, gold, and blue with this for an alternate, just to see how it looks. But aside from that, you know, there's not a whole lot else that we can say about Miss Warfield, except that, you know, she is the bomb. Exactly. Sometimes I do simple, clean attires. They're not always, you know, ornate and covered with logos and tattoos and stuff like that. And I can be basic sometimes if it fits the character. Again, like it depends on the character. Yes. It's actually the golden axe, but a bomb would be close enough as well. But yeah, just like I just like looking at her. She's just a majestic creature. Indeed. Thank you, Nicholas. I try my best. Just a dude out here making stuff that looks cool, that, you know, people dig. I'd probably be more popular if I had opened myself up to being more, how you say, social with people. But there's just too many damn egos in this damn community. So I just stayed in my own lane and did my thing, and, you know, people caught on. Yes, she does lift. She absolutely does lift. I'll tell you who else also lifts. This lady over here, Avalon Smith, one half of Team United. Now, I did mention when I first showed her an America Western that I was actually going to make it a faction called Team United that was all, you know, uber patriotic, red, white, and blue wearing Kurt Angle-ish type characters. Very annoying. And yeah, we're still going to do that. I just have to, you know, figure out or come up with male companions, male counterparts to Smith and Weston. And I just realized rather conveniently that their last names are Smith and Weston, which, you know, is a play on Smith and Wesson, which are guns, which are very American, because, you know, Americans love their guns. Jay Victory, yes, we'll bring him back and turn him heel, and yeah, that's a good one. We're going with that, yes. Okay, so yeah, we got the fit bum over here with the Superman logo. Very, very American, patriotic, red, white, and blue, eagles, all that stuff. Is like, she is a walking 4th of July display, pretty much. And of course, there's the backstory, you know, with her being one of Sarah Warfield's 2 proteges, being the one that was actually excommunicated, if you will, because she's got a bit of a foul attitude. That is going to blow off at some point with the 2 students of the Golden Goddess squaring off against each other. And yes, that is America's ass. Yep. No other words need be said. All right. Entrance attire. Pretty cut and dry. And yes, I think I already told you guys the story when I first showed it to you, but that was a long time ago. So for the people who are new here, I almost got reported for this attire. Somebody actually reported this attire and it got pulled from community creations because they said it was like hate speech or offensive or such like that, because obviously the hat is a play on a very controversial term that is used by certain individuals who may or may not have attempted an insurrection on our government in January. But that's none of my business. So I had to appeal it with 2K, and they said that no, it wasn't actually hate. It was just, it'll throw you off, and that's exactly what happened. So the strike got pulled, and I was able to re-upload her. And when I did, I left a message on a shirt. Like, this is something that you see happen on Need for Speed games. Well, not just Need for Speed games, but any game, like driving games and such like that. Creators will make, like, how you say, more controversial liveries for their cars that will involve nudity or such like that, and they'll cover them up with like black or just solid colors with a prompt like text on the actual car itself that says remove this to see the graphics, and it might be something for 18 years old or something like that. So I did that with the entrance shirt that I put on her when I uploaded it. And yeah, just a little message to anybody who might be a little too sensitive. Like, this is meant to be a parody. So lighten up, folks. Get a grip. What's up, X? Like, yeah. So I had to lay down the law. Like, no, I'm not a conservative. I'm not Republican. As a matter of fact, I'm not really political at all nowadays. But this was just supposed to be a play off of that. The fact that you have some folks out there who are a little too patriotic. That is this in wrestling form, pretty much. But yeah, good stuff. Yeah, I mean, I was never out of the game. It's just I've been busy with other, how you say, creative endeavors, pretty much. Wrestling Karen. Oh, yes. That gives me an idea. Yes, that does give me an idea. But I can't tell it to you, because if I told it to you, you get a spoiler of exactly what's going to happen. So I'm going to keep it to myself, but you just gave me a brilliant idea for what it is that we're going to do when we get the XWA back into action. Laquan, thank you. You'll know it when you see it. But yeah, anyway. Second attire, we got the blue digital camo going on. Really like this look. Good stuff. And I am probably not going to do anything different when I remake these two, that being America Weston and Avalon Smith. Like, it'll just be a one-to-one carbon copy transfer, because the attires look good. They're fine the way they are. There's no need for me to do anything different. Alpha Academy. I like the name of that. If I had a tag team of an old CAW of mine from 2K14 named Tony Adams, and then created one of the jobbers from... Okay. Day of Reckoning. That's one of the wrestling games I never actually played. Because, you know, PlayStation only. I'm a PlayStation exclusive dude. What can I say? Yes, exactly. Laquan. American Gladiators was definitely an inspiration for the rework here. Because I had actually, well, there's a couple of inspirations for Team United specifically. The original base for Avalon Smith was a fitness model by the name of Megan Avalon. Never actually managed to get a good scan of her face because when she was active, this was before we had high definition photography. So most of the pictures of her are very, very low resolution and don't look good when you blow them up. So we had to go with a custom face. But that was the base of the appearance, so to speak. And then I had made her back in the PlayStation 3 days. And kind of had a different look for her. It wasn't this patriotic thing. That happened when I brought her into the current gen. Well, it's now last gen because we're on PlayStation 5. And paired her up with America Weston. And America Weston was based off of April Hunter, who was another fitness model / pro wrestler, former pro wrestler. And then just put that together as far as the American Gladiators look, and just went from there. Gladiators was a lot of characters that both me and my brother came up with at some point. Not just the old school American Gladiators, but like the new one that came out as well. His Scott Odell CAW is based off of Michael O'Hearn, who was Titan in the new Gladiator series. He was also Michael Odell in Battle Dome, which was a ripoff of American Gladiators. Yeah, there's a couple of them. Like, Gladiators was a lot of characters that we came up with. Jamie Fury is another one that is based loosely off of one of the new Gladiators from the reboot a couple of years ago. But she kind of evolved into something completely different afterwards, as is the case with most of the characters that I come up with. Like, I start one way, and then after time, it just turns into something else completely different. Yeah, that was a long time ago. Catastrophic and... oh, yeah. Yes, unfortunately, he's got to get himself some new hardware. My brother does. Yeah, Team Conquest is his group, based on the Gladiators characters. Yeah, that was good stuff, man. It came on right after WWE on Saturday. It's like perfect. Like, we're good. Alright, so that's Avalon. I showed off Sarah. Let's go ahead and show off her partner I was just talking about. That would be... stop scrolling, damn it. The redhead. One of many that I make. I got a lot of redheads, let me tell you. What can I say? I like redheads. Anyway, Avalon Smith. No, not Avalon Smith. America Weston. Like, I can remember names. I'm good at this. So yeah, another example of a character that started out one way and ended up another way. So like I said, at the start, she was based loosely off of April Hunter, who was, again, fitness model / pro wrestler. And just like April Hunter, in her heyday, there wasn't high definition photos that I could use to base a face scan off of. So couldn't go that way. So instead, we went ahead and got the face texture from Christina Hendricks. Y'all may remember her from Mad Men. You may also remember her for being very well endowed in the top half of her anatomy. We'll leave it at that. But yeah, she's also a natural redhead, so it kind of worked out for me because I wanted to actually make her look like an actual redhead. What's up, cold-blooded? Yes. So, you know, as far as the skin tone goes, wanted to go with something a little more paler. So it worked out pretty well. And then we got the look here. Again, super patriotic, red, white, and blue. Got the custom text. Oh, we don't knock the knockers. Actually, I would like to knock the knockers, but, you know. This is a family show. Got the custom logo there. I do a lot of custom work for my characters. Helps to stand things out, give them a little bit more identity. A lot of the elements are pretty much the same as they were for Avalon Smith, because obviously they're a tag team, so there's got to be kind of a uniform thing going on there. Another big, strong girl, the self-proclaimed suplex queen. She's got a lot of suplexes. Not as many as Aurora Chelini, though, a.k.a. the Lioness, a.k.a. the female contingent of Lion's Pride. I'm going to put them in a match together one of these days. You know. Suplex City. The female version. See who can outplex each other. Damn it. Get to the next one. Buttons are getting on my nerves. Anyway. And then the alternate attire, second attire. Pretty much cut and paste from Avalon. Same look. Same logos. It's a uniform, basically. And I'll pretty much have this same motif going for Jay Victory when I bring him back and add him to the Team United mix. Pretty much. So, not much else to be said about her, except, yeah, you know, it's another example of something that turns into something else from something else. That's pretty much the story of a lot of the creations that I make. Alright, so who else? Who else? Let's let this load up real quick. You wanted to actually see Tamara as well. AKA the biggest. She is the largest, strongest female that I make. Well, presumably strongest. Largest, yes, in terms of actual size. In terms of actual strength, that is debatable. We will show who that her match is after I'm done showing off her. So yeah, you know, we had to give her a haircut because the Awesome Kong braids don't go with the mask. They did last year. Not last year. They did in 2K18. They don't in 2K19. And I don't understand why. So basically that whole look that I had for her when I first made her, couldn't do it the second time around. And that kind of pisses me off. Just a little bit. Yeah. What it was with Madison Star is that when I uploaded her, apparently the files corrupted for some strange reason. And anytime anybody uploaded it, their game would freeze. Like it would crash their game or something like that. So I actually had to have somebody else make her and upload her using uncorrupted graphics. So that's one that I would just have to remake from the ground up, like from scratch, completely, with new logos and everything. Yeah, I can show Vesper. So yeah, back to Tamara here. For those of you who have been paying attention to the Trial of Kings tournament, she is one of the, how you say, associates to Yuriko Tanaka. And you know now, if you've watched the last 2 episodes of the Trial of Kings tournament, that Yuriko Tanaka is not entirely human. So there are some things that are going to be revealed about Tamara and Sin Callahan. Well, basically, I mean, they're possessed. Okay, there's no need for me to be nonchalant about it. They're all under the control of Jorogumo, the demon queen of spiders, pretty much. So she's another example of a character that is going to appear in both XWA and Underground Kings. Probably more towards Underground Kings, however. I've got the whole plan thought out of how it is that I'm going to be bringing them on. And there's going to be some surprises. You're going to see some folks that you wouldn't have expected to see over on that side of the story. And I'm going to leave it at that. But, yeah. I do believe Madison should still be up because, yeah, she got a lot of downloads. So, yeah. We don't remove stuff that people want to see. Indeed. And alternate attire, again, really basic, mainly because there's not much that I could do. With a dark, brooding, large type woman. I mean, I could do some things, but I didn't want to have her be confused or compared to some of the other larger female CAWs that I've seen on other people's CAW shows. So I kind of deliberately went more towards the Kong-esque type of look, just with some slight variations. As I recall, I did have tattoos on her. I just forgot which tattoos it was. So yeah, when I do the remake, she'll have more ink. It's just a matter of what? Gotta find some stuff. No. Somebody else made the version of Madison that was uploaded. I think they should have used the same tags that I use for my CAWs. So if you type in 3X CAW, you should see her, unless they took it down or it got deleted, because a lot of times CAWs that don't get downloaded frequently get automatically deleted off of the servers. Now I don't know if they still do that because, they kind of messed up the game, so the last thing that they're worried about is the servers, but yeah. Yeah, D Wall's the one who remade it. Her. Worst comes to worst, like I said, I just make her from scratch again, and just redo the graphics and go from there. But yeah, as far as Tamara goes, not a whole lot else to say. Yep, 3X core, there goes the tags. Not much difference from any time that you may have gotten her from the last. But there will be changes made at some point. Okay, so that was almost all of the big girls. Now we go to... Well, okay. Never mind. I said almost all. And I got two of them right here. We're going to go with the biggest of the big, the baddest of the bad, and basically the man, or, you know, woman, if you will. The mighty Jamie Fury, a.k.a. the measuring stick. What more else can I say about her except that, you know, I've pretty much fashioned her to be the Goldberg, if you will, of my female roster, that being the irresistible force and the immovable object. She has pretty much surpassed Sarah Warfield in terms of being, how you say, strongest, the most decorated, and pretty much the top of the food chain as far as my female cause are concerned. And that's saying something, considering the fact that, you know, Sarah Warfield is still kind of a big deal. And yes, she is sponsored by Adidas. Yep. Got the old school boxing shoes, the Ali's. Yes. And as Laquan, you know, kind of, sort of alluded to, the face texture, actually a lot of her is based off of Cindy Landolt. It's another fitness, can we call her a fitness model? She doesn't really model. I mean, she does kind of model. But yeah, you know, she's a bodybuilder based out in Sweden. I mean, not Sweden, Switzerland. And yeah, kind of got a crush on her a little bit. Just a little bit. So much so that I actually found good enough pictures to actually get the texturing of her physique and use it on the CAW itself, which is kind of cool. I kind of impressed myself with that. So yeah, the abs that you see there on her are actually Cindy Landolt's abs. Yes, she is yoked. Realistically, how many CAWs I make aren't yoked? Yeah, Lashley's theme, Roman's theme. Yeah, little bit, just a tad. But yeah, what else can I say? I'm just kind of admiring her right now because, yeah, she's a big girl. She's got some power, and it shows in her moveset, and also in her stats because, you know, gotta make her strong. So I've kind of statted her up to be superior to everyone else. And she kind of murders the other females when I do simulated matches. It's not even funny. Oh gosh. I put her in a match just last night against Akeko, Shizuka, and it didn't last 3 minutes. She just ate her up like nothing. But that's the point. You know, she's supposed to be strongest of the strong. So, yeah, you got to step your game up to go up against her. Anyway, alternate attire here is, yes, this is based off of the first attire that I made for her when I first made her. Which is actually based off of one of the gladiators from the reboot of American Gladiators. Her name, incidentally, was Fury. So, yes, it is not coincidence. I forgot the name of the actual woman that was Fury in the new Gladiators, but that was originally the person that I based the character Jamie Fury off of. Was it Gina Carano? I don't think it was Gina Carano. She was... What was her name? It wasn't Fury, though. She was like a tall girl. You know what? We got the magic of the internet. A world of knowledge right at our fingertips. Hold on one second, folks. Okay, there she is. See, if I were actually on a regular stream, there you go. Jamie Reed Kovac. There you go. So that was the name, that was the play right there. Jamie Fury. See where it went? And then, you know, I got on Instagram and actually, no. Cindy Landault was actually the third influence for Jamie Fury. Third. First there was Jamie Reed Kovac, Fury, from American Gladiators. Then there was a female bodybuilder named Monica Matos that I had based her off of. And then there was Cindy Landault. So, 3 different bases for this character. But I think we're going to stick with the one that we got right now. Yeah. We hit the jackpot. We got that one. Pay dirt. Going back to what XWF was saying, yes, it is a completely different vibe. Yes, for this attire. Yeah, you know, lot of muscle girls there. Yeah. Yeah, I'll show off Aurora Chelini. It's one of the rare cases where I actually went with completely different attire. Because normally I'll just do like a color swap or, you know, just change up graphics or such like that. No, for this one specifically, I wanted 2 different looks. Something more sporty, shows off a little bit more skin, and then something a little more athletic, you know, like a uniform type deal. And also kind of a throwback to the 2000 version of Gladiators, because they all wore silver as opposed to the red, white, and blue stuff. So, yeah. And that is Miss Fury, the mighty Jamie Fury, a.k.a. the Iron Diamond, a.k.a., you know, just a beast. Literal beast. And speaking of literal beasts, we will go and observe a lioness. There she is. Now, for those of y'all who got her the last time that I had uploaded her, I went back to giving her long hair. Like, I had her in like a short boy cut before, which looked cool, but then I just decided, you know what, we'll make it long hair again. Why not? People liked that more anyway, so we'll go with that. Exactly. I also decided to give her, you know, some actual color in her attire, because Lion's Pride wear a whole lot of black. Yeah, I changed her. Just the hair and the attire, though. Moves and everything like that are the same, but this is kind of an updated version. Well, not kind of an updated version. It is an updated version, obviously. So yeah, we found some Lioness graphics and superimposed them onto the top. Got the custom logo there, Italian flag, you know, just to make her look more colorful, you know. Just wanted to kind of make her stand out from her male companions, contingent, if you will. Because Jesse Ryzen also wears different variations of attires, so, you know, I didn't want them to just stick to that black motif that Magnus always wears, even though he does wear white as well on occasion. But yeah, you know, we just changed things up a little bit. So we got the logo there. Yeah, that rematch is going to happen at some point. There's going to be some things going on with Miss K, however, that will precede her rematch here and further endeavors towards the Diamond Championship. I'll leave it at that. And then the walkout jacket. That didn't change, pretty much. We kept that black with the country of the person's origin, and then the logo on the back. That's still an element that is shared with all the members of Lion's Pride. Kind of got that team dynamic going there. And then attire number 2, which is pretty much the same idea. We just a variation of the Lioness graphics, which is red as opposed to blue. Similar stuff, you know. Last name instead of a nickname. But aside from that, pretty much the same idea going on here. Looking good, looking good. Got the Queen of Sport logo on the knee pads. And then, you know, boots pretty much the same. It's a simple swap. No real need to change things up that much with her, because I wanted to keep that uniform. Like I said, that's something that I do pretty often with my characters as far as alternate attires. Yeah, you know, it would be nice if they had shorter length jackets for the females, you know, that at least hit the waistline instead of going past it. But what can you do? Lion's Pride versus the Praetoriat. Yes. Yes, indeed. I had a plan for an entire kind of a faction war, if you will, between all of the schools, if academies or such in our universe. But that got preempted by this whole, you know, Trial of Kings thing. We'll still make it happen at some point, but yeah, right now there's some other business to handle. So we got the walkout hoodie. You know, it'd be cool if you could kind of fade out. Well, I could do that in Photoshop myself so that the text doesn't go over the zipper, but kind of like cuts off at the zipper. I'm thinking about that right now, out loud. Having not actually touched this attire since last year. But yeah, it still looks kind of cool. We like the black hoodie going on here, kind of as a variation of the walkout jacket, and she looks really cool walking out with it. Aside from the fact that she's not wearing pants. But yeah, she's a badass. She's right up there with Fury as far as strong competitors within the Diamond division, and yeah, only a matter of time before she does some special things. I'll just leave it at that, but that's a pretty big grid that she's going into there. Competition is very stiff in the Diamond division. What can I tell you? Excuse me. All right. Speaking of Sierra K, let's just go ahead and show her off real quick. You're not missing much, because I haven't done anything to her. She's pretty much the same exact look that she had. Wait, no, I hit the random button again. Damn it. Good God, that's an abomination. What did you do? Yeesh. Like, it even messed up the eyes. Ugh. Good thing I didn't do a close-up of that. But yeah, Sierra K, based off of Lacey K. Summers, another fitness model. You notice that pattern? AKA the one true queen, so to speak. Only female to from the School of Hardcore, owned or founded by Riot. Certain dynamic going on there between those two. Yeah, she's pretty strong. She's not as strong as the others that I have made, however. She's kind of a middle of the road type of deal. I'd say that she's probably on the level of Haley in terms of strength is concerned, but Haley's more of a striker anyway. Oh, I gotta remove the entrance attire, because I had her in the entrance gear for a cutscene for some stuff that I can't tell you about yet because it is a major spoiler. Well, okay. It's not a major spoiler. I can kind of give you a minor spoiler. Excuse me. I can give you a minor spoiler here because, as you know, Sierra K obviously sees Riot, Vincent Fate, as kind of a father figure, considering the fact that he taught her what she knows about wrestling. Now, if y'all have been following the Trial of Kings, you also know that Riot has an actual birthed daughter next of kin. So, yeah, figure that out. Put two and two together there. It's not what you think, though. There's definitely going to be a switch. There's going to be a swerve going on, but yeah, that much I can't tell you. It's going to be something unexpected. And I can only say that. But yeah. Like I said, some characters are going to be, switching or bouncing between storylines. Sierra's going to be one of them. Like, I pretty much finalized that decision once I elaborated on Riot's family's past and so on and so forth. So, yeah. Alternate attire. Got the black and purple there going on. Gold accents. So, really, really cool stuff. The crown logo. I've said this before, but for those of y'all who, don't play Destiny, which is probably all of you except 3 people, that is the sigil for the Awoken Queen, Marasov, and the Queen's Guard. And yeah, since, we wanted to go with the whole Queen thing, I figured, why not use that? It's perfect. Simple to the point. Looks cool. So yeah, went with that. Again, kind of a sporty look. Yeah, it kind of looks like teeth, but no, it's supposed to look like a crown. There's like some extra stuff going on there, but basically, the thing with Destiny is that they like to use a lot of sigils. Oh yes. I don't remember if the version black I've used is updated or if it was something I changed. Off the top of my head, I can't think of it. But yeah. He's still one of my favorites too. Very unique. Almost intentionally unique because I had to make him different from every other type of CAW that is like him. Yeah. Anyway. Entrance gear. Same stuff. Team jacket, team hat, kind of a streetwear type deal going on. Well, that's okay, Laquan. Nobody is perfect. Disclaimer. In case you hear, noises and stuff like that, I'm in a 2nd floor apartment in the middle of Harlem. So, yeah, this is the city that never sleeps. So you're going to hear some background noise. Nothing can be done about that. Excuse me. So, yeah, that is Sierra K. Absolutely, never a dull moment. Especially this last week. We got the leftovers of Hurricane Ida. And, yeah. Yeah, don't stay by your windows. Excuse me. Keep a safe distance. Alright. Jeez. Like, we haven't even scratched the surface here, and it's already been almost an hour and a half. Good God, makes you make too many damn calls. Let's go to somebody new. Someone who I haven't shown you guys. Someone who you've not seen before. And it's kind of a spoiler, but kind of not a spoiler. This young woman goes by the name of Faith. Just Faith. And she is going to be a character that is going to have a significant role in the Underground Kings story. She is actually one of the owners to one of the fight clubs that will be featured within the story. And yeah, I really can't give you that much more detail without spoiling the story. So you're just basically getting a sneak peek of one of the characters that you will eventually be seeing. Excuse me. And yes, the tattoo here is actually the end result of what it was that I was saying before, where I learned how to make the tattoos actually look better. So yeah, that's how it would look. Yeah, she's rocking a lot of white. Yeah. But back to the tattoo real quick. Like, I would have to have literally gone back on to every tattoo that I have made for every CAW that I have ever done and redo that technique on all of them. That's just taking too much time. So I just said, screw it. The old ones are just going to stay how they are until I make them again in the next game. And then I'll just do this treatment on their work then. Well, the street attire is actually just more for like cutscenes where she's not in a fight or not in a match, so to speak. Just real quick, the basis of the character as far as the look is concerned, aside from the hair and such like that, is loosely based off of a character named Blair Dane, who appeared first in the Street Fighter EX games back on the PlayStation 2 before Erica broke off from Capcom. Now I think she is a character in Fighting Lair that they released like a couple of years ago on PlayStation 4. But yeah, the look is based off of that. You know, she's got the white leotard with the boots and so on and so forth. And then I just added a little extra pizzazz, you know, not making it a carbon copy of the character, just using accents. So then the street attire, just your basic white gown. Like I said, this is just more for cutscenes, story purposes, and so on and so forth. But yeah, she's kind of fit, isn't she? Yeah, she kind of fills that dress out really well. What can I tell you? I like a style, and I usually stick to that style. I haven't seen anybody really, you know, object to it, so we got it. Yeah, I do have a lot of them that wear all white or white accents or shades of white. I actually wish they had higher heel shoes for the ladies. That's what she could really use. But yeah. She had some wrestling moves, but she was more like a striker type of character. How do I describe her? She was kind of like an aggressive variation of Chun-Li. Like, she had a lot of kick moves. She had some grapples and stuff like that, but mostly kick-based style. Like, not an actual martial art, but just, you know, she used a lot of kicks. Like, a lot of her special moves were kick-based moves. The Mirage combo kick and so on. Shoot kick. That type of stuff. She was one of my favorites on EX. Like, I really do need to... The problem is that there are so many freaking games out there. Like, I would get Fighting Lair, but then I also want to get Guilty Gear Strive, and then I also want to get Samurai Warriors when it comes out, and Dynasty War. Like, there's too many games. Like, I don't have enough time to play them all. Jacob, yes, she is kind of like Blair, like personality-wise. Also rich, like Blair. Has a bodyguard. Have not made him yet, but yeah. I got plans for these characters, man. Like, it's just not just the looks. I just built them up now in order to use them later. It's just a matter of when it is that I'm going to use them. Like, I still have a lot to finalize. Well, as far as the Underground King story, like, I've got the rest of the Trials tournament already written out. I've done most of the voice work. I've done the cutscenes. I just have to simulate the matches now. But I've been kind of distracted. Yeah, it's been a couple of months since I did the last one, hasn't it? But yeah, like I said, I've been kind of distracted. I said this earlier. Just like getting some side hustles going, focusing on my artwork, working on that, and just getting into certain circles. But yeah, that's all getting done soon, very soon. At least get that out of the way, finish the trial story, and then refocus back onto the XWA for a while and get some of these stories taken care of that I have in my head for that, as far as, say, Kamiko versus Alexia, Avalon Smith and Amber Gianni, the XWA World Championship with Ulrich and Jesse Risen, the Diamond Championship. There's, like, I got plans. Like, not enough time in the day to do them, but I got them in my head. It's just a matter of getting them out into content. Okay. Now, let's show somebody new off again. Let's keep on the new tip right quick. Can I take a look at Ashley Brigham? Yes. Yes, you can. Now, here's the thing with her and a couple of others. I have primarily made these characters to be the women's roster for Purity, which is my, British / European promotion, kind of like on the same tip as Progress. Now, I'll probably change the arm tattoo because I wound up using that same tattoo on Faith. I made her first, as in Ashley, then I made Faith. So I can change that up if I wanted to. But pretty much, she's got this kind of, yeah, she's loosely based off a page. Loosely, like very loosely, like, she's wearing colors, not all black. So that makes her very unpage-like in and of itself. But as far as the appearance, her background and such like that, yeah. New cool stuff. Actually, I'm going to tell you a little secret as far as the faces go. Or at least for some of the newer faces that I have came up with. I have actually been pulling face textures off of... I'm not sure if you guys know about this game. If you can even call it a game. Called Second Life. It's kind of like a social game, like where I could spend hours trying to explain this thing to you. I mean, I haven't been on there in years, but it's kind of like The Sims, but it's The Sims meets social media, basically. That's the best way that I can describe it. The Sims meets social media. Obviously, it came out way before social media, but yeah, same vibe right there. I'm View, Second Life, so on. So they have a very robust creative market of, you know, face textures and body textures, clothing textures, so on and so forth. Truth be told, and I'm giving you the game up right here. Some of those other cross shows that you might know, like CTO and Fame, all those other cross shows, they get their textures from Second Life. Same source. I just broke the meta right there. Exactly. But to their credit, they got a lot of good graphics, and especially textures. And I have a whole folder of freaking face textures from Second Life. Some of the faces of, I gave you two examples. The faces of Lana Lords, the Black Queen, and, hey, what's up, Ricky? The faces of the Black Queen, Lana Lords, and the Ivory Queen, Isabella Frost, I pulled from Second Life. If you mean community creations here, yes, they're still working. I checked myself because when I fired up the game, it said that the servers were down or the servers were being cut off. So I went in and checked, and you can still download stuff. It's just a glitch on their interface. But yeah, it's a little insider secret for you. And as a matter of fact, I use Second Life as kind of a template for some of the attires, the newer attires that I come up with now that I know how to do the body texturing trick. So I can actually piece together custom attires. Like the one that you saw on Faith, it's an example of it. That's just a bunch of graphics that I drew out in Photoshop. Not even just Photoshop, but Procreate as well, which is an art program that I've been using. That's what I use all for my drawings for Instagram. So I drew the stuff out there, saved it as a ping file, downloaded it to Community Creations, put it together in the game, and boom, there you go. Yes, the servers are going to be up all the way until March 2022. They're not shutting them down until the new game releases. So you got time to get stuff. And I got time to download stuff. I'll probably download some of the newer characters here. Because she's complete, basically. Like, I've got the whole, like, the moveset, everything. Entrance, she's 100% complete. It's just that I haven't started making the videos for her yet. Yeah. Entrance gear. Basically, this is the Michael Bennett jacket. Nothing added to it because, you know, I was lazy. Yes. Yeah, I'm probably not going to be making anybody new, just updates for the sake of uploading them to the servers for anybody who might want them. But as far as new creations, I maybe have a handful of characters for the Underground King story, which is all depending on whether or not I can get that started before the next game comes out. Because it makes no sense for me to make new characters and then have to make them over again on a new game. So we'll see how that goes. Is she a fighter lover character? I don't really know. To be honest with you, I just needed her to have something on, like an actual jacket. Like, I haven't actually came up with any kind of character traits or what have you for her. But work in progress. There's plenty of time for me to develop that. Yes. These are graphics that I pulled from Google searches, basically. Worked them out so we get the similar color scheme going on. It's two different graphics, but basically just went for neon colors and just found what I found and put it together. And it worked out pretty damn good, if I do say so myself. Little variation in the hair color there to match the kind of greenish accents. I went with pink also, but it didn't look too good. Green kind of stands out a little bit more. She has a kind of Shotzi Blackheart type of vibe going on with this particular look. So, yeah. She also, in case you have not noticed, is a little slimmer than most of the other females that I make. Yes, I actually did something different this time. Yeah. Who says I'm not original? Also correlates to her being a little faster, you know, than the rest of the roster. Though I will not put her in a match against Jamie Fury. Is Second Life a website? Yes. Yes, it is. You just type in secondlife.com and you'll see the site and you'll see all that they have, and yeah. It's like one of those things we don't talk about directly. Like, if you know, you know, but it's not something that you're going to talk about at work or school. That goes in the happy box. Oh, yes. That goes in your secret stash. Okay. It is a little NSFW. Yes, it can be. It most definitely can be that. Let's keep the vibe going here. This is another lady that I had made to fill out the Purity roster, going by the name of Beatrix Hawthorne. Another simple, athletic type of look. These are actually graphics that I had used previously on Kiku Hanma, which was one of the females that I had made for the View Japan roster, now Wonder. So I just, you know, reappropriated them because I went with new graphics for her, and obviously didn't want to put this old stuff that I found to waste. So yeah, we got some McDavid kick pads going on there. Got the real sporty look. Another color tattoo here. Truth be told, a little backstory for you. This actually was one of the tattoos. Excuse me. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you. This tattoo was originally designed for Haley. This was one of the tattoos that I was going to use for her when they first brought the the importing feature, the ability to import graphics and photos into the game. This was one of the first tattoos that I had found, but decided it didn't fit the character. Like, I like the colors, but the whole angelic thing going on here didn't fit Haley's character. She's more of a, rough around the edges, tomboyish type of person. So I had been sitting on this for years. Literal years. Yes, Wonder is a part of View Japan. Like, think of it the same way that New Japan's parent company, Bushiroad, also owns Stardom. Same thing, pretty much. So yeah, the face texture is not from Second Life. I forgot where the base actually came from, but it was just like a random model that I had found on the internet, nameless, not a celebrity or anything like that. She does kind of give off a Carrie Ann Moss Trinity type of look. That's mostly because of the hair, though. But yeah, it all works out. Maybe I'll do like a Trinity variation, something in all black or whatever the case. But I like the red and white going on here. So that's what we will stick with for attire number 1. Then as far as attire number 2, we got kind of a black and pink thing going here. This is just really basic graphics, like pretty much the same graphic source that I found the graphics I used for Akeko Shizuka. I just found different colors and used this for her. Best type of face photos to use. You want to get front face photos with as even of lighting as possible. If I could actually show like some variations here, if I could like put up like arrows or whatever the case, just to show you. Like even facial I can talk. Even facial features and even lighting, so that say you don't have more shadow on one side of the face than you do on the other side. Because then if that happens, what you would have to do, or what it is that I do, my brother as well, and pretty much anybody who actually does face photos or face morphs, is they'll take the lighter side of the face and split that from the other side and then just flip it to make a symmetrical looking face. Now the face is going to end up looking different than the actual original photo, but at least then you have even lighting and even skin tone across the entire face. Exactly. Now you can get away with it in some cases. It just depends on how subtle the lighting and shadows on the face picture are, because then it might actually help the face looking more realistic because it has those elements to them. And from a distance, really, you're not going to notice it, but you just don't want to be too off, like where a part of the face is a completely different shade of color than the other. Because the other thing is that when you import them in the game, they're going to wind up being lighter than how it might look like in your graphics program anyway. So it's really kind of like trial and error, where you have to, oftentimes I'll import a face, put it on the CAW, and then go back and edit the face in Photoshop to make sure that it matches to where you don't have to have a completely different skin tone to match the face, if that makes sense. Especially if you're using, you know, textures for the abs or the boobs or whatever the case, because then you have to match all that up too. Yeah, there's a lot of detail going on there. It's a lot of information. I forgot to show the entrance ties, but it's pretty much just jackets with the same graphics on them. You know, nothing too fancy here. But yeah, another sporty look. Really haven't fleshed out the pecking order, if you will, for the Purity women's roster, aside from the fact that Tiffany Queensberry is the champion. You know, Talena is probably going to be the first #1 contender, considering the fact that she didn't win that final match, got kind of cheated, so we'll see how that goes. There's a couple of other characters I have established that are going to be main players. Ashley is another one. Don't really know what place I'm going to have Beatrix in. Like, I don't even know if I'm going to have her be a face or a heel. But I was just doing characters. Like, I needed to have a roster, you know. And I didn't want to just move characters from the Diamond Division over. I wanted to have characters that were actually new and original to Purity. So that's what we did. Yes. Well, in the last 3 months, I put up 2 new episodes. They are of the trials that definitely you gotta watch, because they will have a lot of character development going on, and some things about the characters that really play heavy into what it is that I'm going to be doing going forward. So yeah, do watch. Thank you, Ty. Fresh Ty. We got Fresh Ty, and then we got just Ty. Round of 16. Okay, yeah, cool. We got the round of 8 after that. That's when things really get interesting. And yes, he has to be. Riot is a man who's got a lot of history, and not all of it is good things. His life is not sunshines and rainbows by any stretch. But yeah, Tyson's another favorite of mine. Yeah, that's a story that I've had in my head for years, decades even. Like, the whole backstory to Riot is something that I have had since almost the... When did WWE Warzone come out? That was PlayStation 1, so it had to be at least 95 or something like that. I'm giving away my age here. But yes, like, his backstory has been in progress since I first made him back in that era. And this is just me finally putting that out there, and then adding to it other character development as well. 98, there you go. And then adding to it other character development as well, mostly just from being influenced by watching, you know, Baki, Kengan Asura, John Wick. Like, you can see the influences of all of that in the Trial of Kings, and that's just all putting together everything. Yes, the 90s. If we could only go back there. I think somebody mentioned Kalisto Rose wanted to see her. Oh, okay. We'll do Alexis Windsor first, and then we'll do Kalisto. Yeah, Alexis Windsor is another main eventer, if you will, for the Purity women's roster. Now, I'm going to say this much. I am probably going to change her face when I make her again. Because this is a face that I pulled from Community Creations that is widely overused by everyone. I just couldn't find a face because I couldn't figure out how I wanted her to look. Like, I came to the agreement with my brother to give his character, Alex Windsor, who is one of his OGs, a daughter. He also has a son named Ainsley that he made a character for. But it's just a matter of, okay, how is she going to look? Still couldn't figure that out. But I had to have her in the Purity tournament, so I just found the face. So yeah, at least in terms of the face and then probably the skin tone as a result, it's a placeholder. But everything else is pretty much set in stone. She is the Iron Lady. That is her official moniker, if you will. She does kind of look like Stephanie McMahon, a little bit. Just a little bit. But yeah, I have an abundance of face textures that I could just swap in right if I wanted to. I just haven't been back on the game realistically since, at least in this profile, since I started recording the Trial of Kings. And that was last year. But yeah, Iron Lady, if some of y'all, those of y'all folks out there who might not be in the UK, was the nickname to Margaret Thatcher, who was probably the greatest prime minister in that nation's history. At least that would be what most people would say. She was certainly a lot better than the current administration, I'll say that much. But yeah, it's just a cool ass nickname. Like Iron Lady. Like, that's some badass shit right there. And then since, you know, the Academy is known as the Iron Lords, it only made sense. So yeah. We got the School Academy on her sleeve here. It could have been. I think it was. Let's go back to the internet. Yeah, that was a nickname for her. Iron Lady. Yeah. So, you know, nice little play on words there. Exactly. So yeah, like I said, she is going to also be a main event player in the women's division of Purity. Obviously, because she's the daughter of a pretty prominent individual in our universe, my brother and I's universe, collective universe, if you will. So, yeah. I just intentionally decided to push her into the background a little bit, so that's not to make it so obvious that she's going to be the face, if you will, of the Purity Women's Division. And we'll build up to that in future endeavors, if you will. But yeah. Again, I'm probably not going to do much variation on a future version as far as the look goes, the overall look anyway. Really just depends on what parts are available for the update. But especially the face, that's gonna change. She might not be as tan as she is right now. So, a little bit of a disclaimer there. And then just a basic black color swap variation. Might actually change that to something else. Not sure what. The main thing really is that I don't want to use freaking flag colors for characters anymore. Like, it's too damn cliche. Like, say for Team United, it's meant to be cliche, but it's like I'm trying to avoid using, say, white and red for a character from Japan, or red, white, and blue for a character from America. And like I'm unsuccessful in that in some characters, but those were earlier on before I decided to change this philosophy. So we'll see how that goes. Maybe we won't lose the tan, Laquan. Maybe. We'll see. Depends on the face. Like I said, I got a whole folder full of faces. Not just Second Life, but just in general of faces. I actually pulled some pretty good close-ups from models from Instagram. And as a matter of fact, yeah, she's going to lose the tan. Yeah, use the colors from Arsenal. Yes. Make them gunners. Actually make an attire that's based off of Arsenal's motif. Even better. But yeah, back to the face. We're going to lose the tan, unfortunately. Because the face that I'm thinking of for her is going to be one that unfortunately has a much lighter skin tone than hers currently. But you're going to like the face. Because it's a good looking face, trust me. I might actually pop it up on my Twitter just to give you a preview. But yeah, Alexis Windsor. I mean, she's from England. They don't do tans over there. Like, just the fact that she has a tan makes her look very un-British. Just saying. Okay, I said Kalisto Rose was going to be next. She is a character that is in limbo right now, because I don't know what the hell to do with her. But she looks too damn good for me to just not stop making anymore. Yes, it does stand out. I'll tell you what also stands out. All this ink work that she's got. This is just great. And that's the reason why I can't not make her. But I don't have anything for her. Not anymore. Anyway. The original plan was that she was going to be the significant other to Tommy Jonas. But he's a little occupied right now. So, yeah. Like, at present, I have her as a part of the Purity roster, but aside from that, don't know. I mean, limbo, mid-card, whatever the case. You know, not everybody has a significant presence, but I just make CAWs sometimes that look so damn good that they stand out, they stand up, and there's the predicament of what do I do with them after they're done, and that's pretty much where it is that we stand with her. I will actually also in a second give you a little bit of a back story, or a former plan, if you will. that is a possibility right there. Because Rebel Madden is another one who is in limbo right now. Yeah. That is one of the disadvantages of making a lot of characters. Sometimes you don't know what to do with them all. Yeah. Again, she's got this kind of like a page type deal going on. Like, there's a lot of ink work going on in the British side of things there. A lot of rebels, if you will. Yes. So the alternate attire is just a variation of graphics. Aside from that, it's the same getup, same parts. Obviously, yeah, I had to minimize the actual parts, the articles, in order to show off the ink, because we wanted to show off the ink. What's the point of slapping on 1, 2, 3, 4 different tattoos, 5, excuse me, if you know, cover it up? So, yeah, here's the thing now that might actually also give me a little direction on what to do with her, which is the entrance attire. Now, I haven't actually changed this, but you will notice that she is wearing a shirt that sports the logo for the Academy of Pure Violence. Now, when I first put that logo up, the original plan was to have that be the name of a faction that was going to feature the likes of Abigail Rooker, Haley Jonas, Kalisto Rose, Rebel Madden, basically all of the, the tough chicks, all the bad girls, if you will. But then the Trial of Kings happened, and it changed into being one of the fight clubs. So I'm thinking maybe I might actually involve her in the Underground Kings storyline as opposed to Purity or XWA. So, some real-time brainstorming for you right there, folks. That's the creative process for you. That sounds like it actually might be a good idea, too. So, yeah, I just figured it out. Good job, Obi. Good job. All right, then. I love it when a plan comes together. Okay, who else do we got? Let's scroll down, see if anybody tickles your fancy. Let's have a closer look at the boss lady, because you're actually going to see the updated version of her for the first time in the next episode of The Trial of Kings. Now, some of y'all, if you followed me on Twitter, already knew that the face texture for her, I changed. For the longest time, her face texture was based off of a model by the name of Bianca Beauchamp. Until this year. Not this year, last year. Was it this year? Earlier this year? Yes, it was this year. So now her face texture is based off of another fitness model. Surprise, surprise. She's also a media figure also in Brazil. Goes by the name of Deborah Albuquerque. Look her up on Instagram and thank me later. But yeah, it fit because she was a natural redhead as well. I think she's a natural redhead, or at least if she's not a natural redhead, she wears a very natural shade of red. But it ain't really her hair that you're paying attention to much. Trust me. Do a search. You'll see what I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, the face. Yes, she's got gams. Yes, she lifts, she squats, she does all that stuff. But yeah, the face. When I decided to go ahead and make her look more athletic and more muscular, it just didn't strike me the same as, Bianca's face, because even though she is athletic, she's not thick, if that can make any sense. Like, I really don't know what made me decide on making the change. It was just one of those things where, you know what, maybe I did just get, kind of tired of it. I don't know. Can't really explain. It was just one of those creative impulses. Like, let's see if this works. And it did. And, yeah. Yeah. And yes, brother, she does have legs. Oh, yes. Let me look that name up. Autumn Ivy. I don't think I've heard of her. Yes, I have heard of her. Why have I not? Okay, I smell a new call coming in. Yes. Like, I follow her page on Instagram and Twitter, but just never thought of making that happen. But I will. That's just a matter of time. Work in progress. Yeah. It bees like that sometimes. But yeah, like, since she is an authority character, not normally, in a ring capacity, she's got street clothes. I made that one battle outfit for the match that she had in the Trials tournament, and that was pretty much it. I do not know if I will have her fighting again anytime soon, but you never know. And then this is more of a street clothes type of attire. We got the Red Queen logo patched onto the side there, because that's who she is. And yeah, this looks practical enough that she could actually fight in it if she wanted to. But I think I might actually do a dedicated kind of ring attire for her at some point. Because now that I'm thinking of it, I probably will actually have her, fighting again in a match against someone of a significant presence. Probably rematch between her and Isabella Frost. Maybe even Yuriko. Who knows? I haven't gone that deep into the story for the Underground Kings yet, but there's a whole bunch of possibilities that I could go with. So, yeah. There's a lot of activity going on there. Jeez. Okay. That was a quick one. I guess I might as well show off the other two queens while we're at it, since we're here and all. And as I'm scrolling, if you have any requests, feel free to let me know. So yeah, this is the end result of me learning how to do the texturing. Now, I think I might actually need to come back in and do some edits specifically to the bottoms, because they're a little cropped on one side, if you know, obviously see what I'm talking about here. Yeah, we got to be a little practical. I wanted her to be provocative because that's just her style here. But yeah, I think I kind of overdid it just a bit, just a tad. Isabella Frost is not the type of person that, you know, dresses to the occasion. She dresses how she feels like. Like, you see how she was walking around in this freaking tournament. Yeah. Like, she is actually wearing this for the remainder of the Trials tournament, since she's not going to be fighting. And I kind of intentionally kind of cropped it off so that you're only seeing the top half of her, because, yeah, that bottom is breezy. A little breezy. But, yeah. I'm good. We're still doing our thing here. Stepping the game up a little bit, though. Yes. Thanks for popping in. But yeah, you know, she looks like she's about to pop out. That's the point, though. Like, that's entirely the point of the character. Isabella Frost, the Ivory Queen, is a very, how you say, sheltered individual. Yeah, APB Reloaded is definitely another one of those inspirations for a lot of my characters, at least in terms of like the looks, some of the designs, and so on. But yeah, what's her name? She was one of the contacts for, I think it was the Enforcers. Sophia is her name. She was like the celebrity or something like that. I don't know if she was like a celebrity or singer or whatever the case may be, but yeah. But yeah, she, as in this character here, lives a very sheltered life. She is obviously a very wealthy and powerful woman, and pretty much does and says, and as you can clearly see, wears whatever the fuck she wants. This is actually PlayStation 4. We're still on PS4. For the foreseeable future, the new wrestling games that are going to be coming out, which is WWE 2K22 in March, and then there's the Wrestling Code by Virtual Basement, and then there's the AEW game, which still has no name, that's being developed by Ukes. They haven't revealed when those are coming out, but they have said that it's going to be PlayStation 4, Xbox, and probably PC. They're not going to move into the current generation of games just yet. At least the PlayStation, at least the WWE game, they said they're not moving forward to PlayStation 5 and Xbox X, Series X, until they get the game fixed. But yeah, we're going to have options again. That's going to be nice. Truth be told, I think I'm probably going to wind up buying all 3 of the games and just splitting up the roster. Like, some characters I will actually make versions of for all 3 games, but I'm thinking that I'm just going to have the Underground Kings characters on one game, and then the XWA characters on another game, and then certain characters, the ones that overlap, will be on both. So say there'll be a WWE version of Riot, there'll be an AEW version of him, there'll be one of Haley, there'll be one of Rasputin, Black, Crossbones, etc. Oh yeah. As far as the AEW game goes, like I said, Ukes is developing it. Ukes are the ones who developed all the WWE games for the past 20-something years. And then on top of that, the executive producer that they have for the AEW game is the guy who was the executive producer for the Aki games on the N64. So WCW versus the World, WrestleMania 2000, and No Mercy. He's the guy who made those games, or produced those games. He didn't make them himself, you know what I mean. But yeah, he's the guy who's heading up the AEW game. So it's going to play like No Mercy. They actually have some gameplay footage online, like little snippet of it. It's like a minute long, but it's like Darby Allin doing some moves, and the game looks good. The game looks really good. I can't wait for that one. Publisher, I don't know. They haven't said anything about that. They've only said who's developing it, but as far as the publisher goes, who knows? I know who it ain't gonna be though. Fucking EA. Hell no. No EA, no Active, none of them. No. No. Cool. That's cool. It's nice to be the inspiration for people to be doing these things. Like, truth be told, I have my inspirations as well. I don't always just make stuff from scratch off of the top of my head. A lot of stuff that I make is influenced. Well, if it's THQ Nordic, yes, I could go with that. That would be cool. Get them back into the wrestling business. Because they're trying. I think they're the ones who are going to be publishing the next Saints Row game. Because I know Volition is working on a new Saints Row game. It's going to be kind of like a reboot. New characters and such like that. Don't know how I feel about that all the way, but I'd give it a chance at least. But yeah, Nordic would be kind of cool. What was I saying? Oh yeah, inspiration. Yeah, I've been inspired by several CAW makers myself, or styles, if you will. This is a perfect example of it. Saints Row Fortnite, yes. So yeah, the alternate attire is kinda sort of using the same elements that I had used on Faith. You can see the similarities. I think I'm kind of play that off into a narrative angle between her and Faith, like some sort of rivalry, if you will. That would be kind of cool. But yeah, as was already pointed out, I make a lot of characters that wear white. I also make a lot of characters that wear black. We are kind of cut and dry. Yeah. I think it's because I'm streaming from my PlayStation 4 directly, so links aren't gonna work. Yes, it's still tame, but still NSFW. It's the thong. It's got to be the thong. But yeah, I can slim that down even more if I wanted to. And as a matter of fact, I think I will. Because that's the idea of the character. Like I said, she's intentionally provocative. She is a a master manipulator. Like, she knows that she's got power, you know. Not just physical power, not I don't mean physical as in strength, but power of influence is what she has. And a lot of that goes into her, sexuality, basically. She's a hoe. How much can I say it? I can't sugarcoat it any more than that. She is a hoe. She is a definite bitch. 100%. And I love the character. Like, the way I'm just like, you'll see. She's not done by any stretch in the tournament doing what it is that she does, and it's gonna be, you're gonna see some good stuff. Reminds you of your ex. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Or somewhere in the middle? Because if it's somewhere in the middle, then that's cool. Like, I have some memories of some exes of myself, and yeah, there's good and bad. If it's really bad, then yeah, that's not cool. Like, if we could take away the bad and still leave some good, and it's like, okay, it didn't work out, but yeah, we kind of had some fun though. But if it was just complete and total hell on earth, then yeah, like, you put that in the happy box. Like, just put that in the back of your mind. It's like, okay, we ain't doing that again. That's all you need. That's it right there. If you're getting that much, at least, then you can put the rest of that away. Because I'm not gonna go into too much detail without possibly offending some people here. But that's pretty much all that it is. You can ask for a significant other. Everything else is just a bonus. No red pill shit in the stream, Oz. Don't do it. Okay. That was the White Queen. We gotta go... Ivory Queen, excuse me. I intentionally named her the Ivory Queen so that I don't get sued by Marvel. So then we have the Black Queen. Now, there is actually a Black Queen. There is actually a red, black, and white queen in Marvel Comics with the Hellfire Club, but you don't hear too many stories. The other two are not used as much as the White Queen, Emma Frost. Yeah, I can do that. Cool. Thank you kindly, ACG. Alright. So we got the Black Queen here. Again, I said this before. Both faces for the Black and the Ivory Queen were pulled from Second Life. So, yeah. So if they look intentionally very symmetrical and aesthetic, that is the reason. That was also my intention for those two characters. So yeah. This is kind of like a battle dress kind of street clothes mix, because she is a she's a fighter. Even though she is one of the three queens, she is the most battle tested battle hardened of them, because she also doubles as one of the judges of the Monarch Consortium. And hello, Kayfabe Games. Welcome. So if you've been following the channel and you've been watching the Underground Kings episodes too, you know of her background and that she's a oh yeah, Vesper. Okay, yeah. And let me write that down. Since you actually did request that first, we'll do Vesper first, and then we'll do Lovejoy. But let me write that down so that I don't forget, because otherwise I will. There's a lot of moving parts going on here. Okay, we got those in. Okay, so to Miss Lords here, like I was saying, if you've been watching the Underground Kings episodes that I've been posting on the channel too, then you know she's got some combat experience as a sharpshooter, has served as a judge since they were instilled into the Monarch Consortium, and has actual field experience with Riot as Fate and the rest of his boys, you know, his special team of judges that were at one point the top ranked among them, that being Black, Crossbones, Solomon Jones, and McGinley. You've seen all of them in previous episodes. You didn't see Crossbones and Black though in that episode that I had with the flashback where I was using the Ghost Recon footage, because they're big. Crossbones is too damn big. So yeah, you know, had to alternate. But that was fun doing that. Like, I wish I could do more of that kind of stuff. Anyway, entrance gear, you know, using the Natalia stuff, really kind of like she's got kind of a gothic look here, because obviously she's got a gothic motif, you know, that's her style here, so we kept it going. Kind of like the opposite completely of the Ivory Queen, which was again 100% intentional. And then the Red Queen, Carmella Blackheart, sits somewhere in the middle. She is the most public amongst them, obviously, because she owns a multi-million-dollar corporation that includes a widely popular professional wrestling promotion. Yes. The hair is a nice touch as well. The stripe. Again, that was an intentional design when I brainstormed the characters. Yeah, there's something going on there, but I cannot tell you what that is, because that is Spoilerville. But you will see where that develops in the very next episode that I'm going to be uploading as soon as I finish doing the matches and putting that all together. But there's things going on. There's things developing, pretty much. So this is the street clothes attire that she is currently wearing during the tournament. You know, like the look, really kind of sleek. It's goth. What else can I say? It's just goth. It just looks like something that, you know, a goth chick will wear out. And if I could add more elements to it, I would, but unfortunately, you know, Video game. Limitations. Same top, pretty much. Cut and dry. But yeah. I really like how the three queens came out. Particularly, you know, with the designs of the Ivory and the Black Queen, and then the refacing of Carmella, the Red Queen. And they got a nice little dynamic going. Like, they all have their specific roles within the story, within the consortium itself, but you can tell that there is a tension between all three of them. Not so much between Lana and Carmella, but definitely between Isabella and the other two. There's some friction. There's some beef going on there that is going to develop as I push that story forward as well. So that is that. Paint it black. Yep. We're going to switch colors now, though. Nice segue. From black to gold. Vesper Gold, that is. Yeah. Okay, we'll add her too. Alright. So, here we go. Vesper Gold for you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this actual design here kind of forced some other things going on, and I'll explain it to you in a second. But almost accidentally, this redesign that I made for her, which is loosely based off of Taya Valkyrie's most recent looks before she became Frankie. I forgot her name that they renamed her for NXT. But yeah, this, like, the Taya Valkyrie look was a look that was being used by one of my brother's CAWs named Brittany Nitro, and we noticed that they looked kind of similar to each other, so that prompted him to actually change her into a completely different looking character. So, you know, it's kind of like a accidental blessing in disguise. But that being said, obviously you can see that there's a lot of Taya Valkyrie inspiration with her look here. I would have obviously used fur boots like the Tyler Breeze ones if they were available for females. Don't know why they didn't do that. So we had to go with the British Bulldog tassels instead. Still kind of has the same effect though. But yeah. White and gold, you know. It's kind of like Sarah Warfield's look, but just a different application. You know, and we got the incidental, how you say, design that makes her look like she is a, I guess, superstar. Like, you know, she's from Hollywood, so she's got that kind of a gold dust type of thing going on there, where she's all about the glitz and the glamour and all that special sauce. Not too shabby. Then we got the entrance gear, which isn't as detailed as I would like it to be, but again, limitations because video game, you know. If it were up to me, hey, calm down now. If it were up to me, though, she would be wearing a, you know, fur coat, obviously, but, you know, video game, limitations, polygons, and stuff like that. They only let you put certain things together. So, between the hair and the tassels, the fur coat that they have in the game was just not happening, so I had to go with the Lana jacket. It's all good, you know. This content kind of has that effect. What can I say? It's completely intentional, by the way. Frankie Monet. There you go. That's her WWE name. Still doing her thing though, but yeah. The problem with NXT is that Vince McMahon is now in charge of NXT. So, yeah, it's over. Only reason I make mail calls, yeah, I mean, okay. Not too many yeah. That announcement was made earlier this week. RIP. But yeah, going back to the female cause, not too many people make them, especially not in the abundance that I make them. And that's a thing that just kind of blossomed, if you will, because I just got known for it. And I'm a creative mind, so I like to you know, let's let the riders pass on by here. I like to make things that are aesthetically pleasing. This is like kind of 3D pinup art for me, pretty much. Alex. Yeah. Yeah, it is dreadful. Yeah. ACG, there I do see people, I mean, there are creators that make female cars, but not in the volume that I do. It's like they'll make a character and then just make different looks for that character. Like, for example, all of the creators for those other shows that I was talking about before, like Fame and CTO and such, they'll have a dozen different looks for the same character because 90 of them. Thank you, Max. Appreciate that. You know, we do have a reputation, despite the fact that, yeah, I mean, we have a reputation. I don't like to brag or anything like that because I said this before. I intentionally kind of stayed in my own lane. Like, I could have blown up the way that you got guys like, say, Nick Virtue or such like that could have or did within the CAW community, but it's just getting involved with people. You know, there's like a lot of egos out there, and it's like, this ain't even real wrestling, it's a freaking video game. So I'm like, you know what? Nah, I'm just gonna do my thing. Yes, RIP NXT, exactly. And staying humble is important. Like, you can't buy into your own press. You can't buy into your own press too much, because then you get headstrong, and we don't want that. Ah, that's cool. That is greatly appreciated. I am flattered. Because, yeah, like, You know, it's just been one of those things where I've been lucky enough to have people who appreciate the stuff that I'm doing. So, because my looks, like, you know, the physiques and everything like that are not everybody's cup of tea. You know, I've heard enough people over the years. Obviously, this has kind of died down significantly over the past 5 or so. But, you know, in the message board days, you would hear all the time, oh, they don't look realistic. Oh, they're too muscular. Oh, like, okay. Like, seriously? If, if they're not to your liking, then you go ahead and make your own, however you want them to look. But I like a certain look, and that's where I make mine. If you don't like it, then okay, that's cool. Yeah, I can put Vesper up as well. I've had a couple of requests. Unfortunately, I don't remember all of them. I know there was one for Tadako, there was one for Riot. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. I need to be taking notes. Pretty much. There's too many egos to not comment, be humble like that. Like, that's just impossible. On the internet, no. Everyone's got an opinion. Oh, well. Okay. I mean, the entrance gear here, you see it. It's a jacket. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you, bro. Dear Alex, there's no time like the present. As the saying goes, there. How does the saying go? There's 2 good times to start something. The first is yesterday, and the second is now. Or something like that. I probably butchered it, but you get the idea. Alright, so that was Vesper. Now somebody wanted to see Cinderella Lovejoy. I'll probably just rename her Cindy Lovejoy. Perhaps. I don't know. But that would mean I'd have to change the logo. So maybe I won't. Whatever. It will come back up as soon as I'm working on some new designs that I want to go with. Like, I really haven't figured out what the niche is going to be for the clothing. Like, if it's going to be fitness based or if it's just going to be like more like a lifestyle type of thing. Is that real? Like, is there an actual porn star named Cindy Lovejoy? Because if that's the case, then I just got to change the name entirely. That was completely coincidental. Trust me. Trust me. Okay, so this is another character that was designed to fill out the Purity roster. Okay, so there is, yeah. So, name subject to change. Because like I said, I mean, I never even uploaded her anyway, so this is kind of an unofficial release, regardless of the fact. No, I like the Lovejoy last name, though. I'll probably rename the first name or something. Maybe. Maybe I'll name her Jessica Lovejoy. That'll work. That'll work. Especially because of the face. If we close up to the face here. There are these sites that will let you actually combine the faces of 2 different people. This was one of the methods that I was using to find new face textures for new characters. And so this face actually is a combination of the faces of Jessica Alba and Jessica Simpson. So Jessica seems like it would be a pretty cool name to go with. I don't remember the name of the site, unfortunately. Like, I did this years ago. It was another one of those old faces that I was just sitting on and just didn't do anything with. But I'll try to look it up. Maybe a Google search or something like that. But yeah. We're still work in progress on the name. Like, I might not change it. Maybe I will. Just depends. Like, I don't want to be, hearing like, oh, you named a CAW after a porn star. Where'd you get that name from? Like, man, okay. Like, there was once a time where I was using porn stars as bases for female characters, which is probably the reason why they got so popular in the first place. But I changed it up. But yeah, that one definitely, that one threw me off. Glass Slippers, that'd be a cool name for a finisher. Like, I haven't really finalized her moveset yet. I mean, I have a base, but his name's like finishers and stuff like that. I don't know what I would go with. But Glass Slippers, that seems like it would be a cool name for a finisher. Some kind of a kick. Maybe like a Shining Wizard or something like that. Yeah, I mean, in all realistic, in all realism, it doesn't really matter what you name a character because it's an original character. This isn't copyrighted work. It's just a principle for me. That's what it is. Okay, I see the link now that ACG sent. I will click that eventually. I don't think she's even going to be on. Because I was supposed to be on a... I was supposed to be doing a stream tonight with Tara Babcock. For those of y'all who don't know, she's a popular YouTuber, friend of mine's. We're supposed to be doing like a philosophy stream or something like that, talking about things, specifically between females and males. Be some interesting conversation, but I don't know if that's happening because she ain't on yet. Normally she gets on really late, like around the time when most normal people would be sleeping. We'll see. We'll just keep on going for now. Old name was 3X, as in THR number 3X, which, kind of led into the whole reason of my con designs. 3X, triple X. Get it? Yes. There is a means to the madness here. Yeah, Triple X is identified as being, X-rated stuff, adult content, spicy content, as it is referred to nowadays. Yes. Yeah. I'll get to uploading those guys. Like the male guys are going to be a whole different, yes, the male guys are going to be a whole different stream, because again, we got a lot of them. I got a whole lot of stuff. But yeah, as far as Cinderella goes here, pretty much same graphics. I mean, different graphics. Excuse me. That's Pepsi talking right there. Different graphics, same motif for the design. Yes. Like the video. Like the stream. It's all good. I don't know if this thing is even going to save after I'm done, because I don't know how the settings are. I just started this in frustration because the damn OBS was not cooperating with me with the sound, but yeah, it's all good. Anyway, probably going to do some different things with the attire here. Again, placeholder stuff, not released. Probably won't be released until I finalize exactly how her look is going to be for her, and also name. We're gonna have to work that out. No, let's not threaten people here. I mean, you know, if he does work for Sony, he could get me some gift cards. I could appreciate those. Who doesn't want free shit? All right. Was there anybody else that was requested? Oh. Well, somebody, I think, asked about Kamiko. There we go. Yes. Yes, you can see Kamiko. And there she is. Miss Kobayashi. And yeah, the whole schoolgirl thing is gone. Repackaged. Made to emulate Io Shirai in both moveset and attitude. Well, not so much moveset. She's not as aerially inclined. There are some updates, slight updates to yes, give that code a try. Hopefully you don't get banned. So yeah, the long tale of Kamiko and Alexia is going to have its climax at some point in the not so distant future. But yeah, pretty much, you know, we took Kamiko out for a while for the purpose of the repackaging, because I wanted to do something different with the character anyway. You know, the super happy fun go girl type thing was it was kind of wearing on me a little bit. Wanted to do something different for her. Now, obviously, as a throwback, she still has a schoolgirl type of attire, but she's not a schoolgirl, obviously. That was the other purpose, because, you know, we have to age the characters. You know, I've been making these two, Alexia and Kamiko, since, what was it, 2006. Yikes. It's been a while. It has been a while. But yeah, like, the entrance code here is pretty much just placeholder. I might not even keep that. That was just more for like her actual in-ring return. So, we'll see. There's still room for me to make some changes to her look before she gets back into the ring and goes after Alexia. But yes, they all do age gracefully. So yeah, the schoolgirl attire here is actually not a schoolgirl attire. It is a teacher attire. Now, you obviously can't see the details of a logo because video game and bad resolution, but that's the crest logo I made for the Dorbura Academy of Fighting Arts, which is the school, if you will, that Alexia and Kamiko came from. And Kamiko now is actually a teacher at that school. Exactly. Kimiko Sensei. So yeah. She is now the Professor of Fisticuffs, is the nickname I came up with her for this look. And then there's the in-ring look, which is more of the Io Shirai type thing. Now, I know Io changed her look when she went to NXT, but I decided I was going to stick with her Joshi look from Stardom and such. So, yeah. I do miss the pigtails. I'm not gonna lie. I do miss the fact that she doesn't have those schoolgirl pigtails anymore. But, you know. Yeah, I mean, it still plays off, obviously. It's school uniform, so you can never tell unless you're told. But now you know, yes. I mean, as far as age goes, she's pretty much in like her mid-20s now. I'd say about 26, 27. So, yeah, you know. She's got some experience. And, yeah. She's also very, very upset. And will eventually attempt to extract her revenge. And yeah, that's going to be an interesting interaction, so to speak. Oh, well, see, now you have the license. Now you have the go ahead. Like, go on right ahead and do what you do. Like, you know, there's no need to be afraid of if you are using the same elements as somebody else's creation. Unless it's like a really, really strong resemblance. Like, for example, I can't really even give an example. Like, it's just a matter of preference, really. But it's not one of the things where, like, if you use the same hair or hairstyle or hair color as somebody else's core, like, yeah, somebody might, you know, try to jump on and say, oh, you're trying to be like this core. And it's like, I don't even know who that core is. Like, what are y'all talking about? Like, there was this one core that I made that I guess had a resemblance to what's his name? James Frost? Yes, James Frost was the name of the core. It was another, you know, well-known person within the community, and it's like, okay, I really didn't know who he was beforehand, and it's like, oh, right. So you have a dude with a crew cut that's got gray hair on the side, and he's trying to be like James Frost. Like, okay. Y'all got some passionate fans out there, but that's just kind of overdoing it a little bit. Like, I, on the other hand, will have cases of people who will just blatantly copy, one-to-one copy the entire logo placement and everything of my cause and upload them to community creations as theirs. Like, that's real plagiarism right there. But just taking elements that just happen to be on somebody else's work is not copying. That's like, y'all are just being over dramatic. Yeah, Alex, I mean, I made that video last year saying originals are not original. I still got people to this day commenting about that. It's like, having differences of opinion. I understand how some people might think that, and even I'll take that as a compliment because I've got some people who are like, your stuff is pretty original. And okay, like maybe I kind of downplay it a little bit, but, everybody takes something from something else. Yes, exactly, D-Wall. It's like there's imitation and then there's just flat out stealing. Okay. Who do we want to see next? I'll show you this here just because I'm showing it to you, because I'm probably not going to actually go with this, but this was an edit to Dollface that I had thought of to kind of like mix a little Harley Quinn type of vibe. Mix of Harley Quinn and Joker, pretty much. But I'm probably not gonna go with it because it just doesn't look the way that I wanted it to look. Like, it's kind of based off of her look in the Arkham games, but can't get it all the way to where it is that I wanted it to be. Like, I think maybe I'd add some graphics of some buckles on the brassiere there, just to kind of make it look less black, and to go with the rest of the look, like red stripes, kind of like a Kane vibe. But I never got back to, finishing this off, and just ultimately said, you know what? Nah, we're just gonna stick with what we got here. So yeah, I still got the first face that I used for her. This was the secondary attire. Simple swap. And yeah, we'll just go back to what we had already. I just wanted to pop that in real quick just to show it off. Little brainstorming here for you. I had actually at one point had planned on pairing her up with Black. Kind of like a Joker Harley Quinn-esque type of relation, because her obvious original look here had no similarity to Harley Quinn, and Black doesn't look necessarily like the Joker. He does sort of, but not. It's complicated. But again, all that got preempted when I started working on the Trial of Kings / Underground King story. So instead, we decided to go with the Rosemary the demon bunny thing, you know, with damn it, what's her name? I am terrible with names, y'all. Somebody help me out here. Ugh. Uncomfortable silences. Anyway, yeah, Allie, there you go. So yeah, we got a kind of a odd couple pairing between her and Madison Starr that is loosely inspired by the Allie Rosemary alliance that, you know, sadly will never actually happen in real life because Allie is in AEW and Rosemary is in Impact, and they are Rosemary probably ain't leaving Impact. I don't even think she's wrestling right now. She's like injured or something. So we'll see how that goes. I mean, Impact and AEW are working with each other now, so conceivably it could happen, but that would be kind of undoing a whole lot of story work that they put together to lead to where it is that they are. And yeah. But as far as I'm concerned, Dollface is, you know, Dollface and Madison are a thing that I'm going to build on as well. And yeah. We'll be going back to her old look for the primary attire, pretty much. Just wanted to show that to you real quick. Alright. Let's show her off. Yeah, Allie is wrestling. Allie is wrestling. Rosemary is not. She's on the shelf right now, I believe. And this is another character that will be appearing in the Underground Kings story, going by the name of Koy Zeong. She is obviously Chinese, and she's going to be one of the agents to one of the underground bosses, if you will. Like I said, there are characters that are owners of the fight clubs that are going to be featured in the story. And oh, okay, she is still wrestling. How come I haven't seen her then? Like, anytime I watch the videos, they never have any damn highlights of Rosemary. But yeah, getting back to Koy here. There's going to be bosses for all of the fight clubs. Faith is one. Tyler Riddick is another. And there's a couple of others. So she's going to be one of the associates to the boss of the Dragon House, which, if you might not have known, is actually the name of one of the venues for Def Jam, Vendetta, and Fight for New York that I'm going to be using in the Underground King story. So basically, yeah, you got it, Alex. She's basically a triad assassin, pretty much. Kind of like in that black triad idea that they had in Lucha Underground, when you had Kairi Sane and Mayu Iwatani and Io Shirai in Lucha Underground wrestling against Pentagon. Pretty much that same idea. Except there won't be three of them, there'll just be one. Like, I was thinking I wanted to make multiple of them, but that takes up too many spots. So instead I'll just make her really, really jacked up. Super quick, fast, quick, swift assassin type of character. And yeah, like, I really wish you were able to have freaking intergender matches in this game. Like, that limits so much that I could be doing with that storyline, which is why I'm seriously considering moving the Underground King storyline to one of the other two games, or possibly just scrapping WWE altogether, because I know for a fact that the AEW game is going to have intergender matches, because the first trailer they put out had Hikaru Shida use her finisher on Kenny Omega. So automatically you know that they're going to have intergender matches. And then the wrestling code is based off of independent wrestling, and intergender matches happen all the time in independent wrestling. So you know they're going to have that. So, yeah. I'm watching AFK. I don't text again. Much love. Please keep it up. Thank you, ACG. Appreciate that. Yeah. So, yeah. Going back to the intergender stuff, like, I know for a fact that if WWE is going to be what WWE is, they're not going to allow intergender matches. And that's going to be a big red flag, a negative on that. Like, they'll do that mixed the mixed tag challenge, mixed match challenge, whatever it was. They'll probably have some variation of that in 2K22, but as far as straight up male character versus female character, they're probably not going to do that, because then, oh, it's abuse against women. Oh, it's advocating violence against women. Even though intergender matches happen all the time outside of WWE. They just live in their own special little bubble. So, yeah. Mixed match challenge, exactly. So, yeah, like that right there will be a make or break for me. Like, if I can't do intergender in a WWE game, then I might just very well wait until the AEW and Wrestling Code games come out and just use those. Because that opens up so many options. Exactly. All about the sponsors. Sponsors over fans. Profit over story. And yeah, I could go on and on about WWE, but we ain't got enough time for that. Even though we've been here for 3 hours. Anyway. So, alternate attire. All red. Pretty much. Same idea. Nothing fancy. The graphics actually are similar. Actually, they're identical to ones that I use on the Lotus. Whether or not that is coincidental or not remains to be seen. I'll just leave it at that. But yeah. Like the look. This is the result, again, of me mastering that body texturing technique. I could probably stand to move the crotch area a little over to the left, but you don't really notice that. Not as much as you notice it on Isabella Frost. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Max. And she fights well, too. She's like really, really swift. I made the moveset to utilize a lot of the striking moves and the combos and stuff like that. So, her moveset fits her look. Which is something I do a lot with my characters. It's important. Let me see. Do I have any other Underground King involved characters to show off here? I think I might have most of them on the third save, actually. So... Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I guess I could throw her up there too. Um, and so many choices, so little time. The abundance of options. Yeah. Here's an Underground's King character that I could show off. That's pretty important out there. Yes. This, of course, is Yoriko, aka Yoriko Tanaka, aka the human vessel of the demon goddess Jorogumo. And yeah, there is a face underneath that texture, in case y'all wanted to know. I'll show it right here. Now, the design for the face paint is actually based off of a picture that I had saw on, I think it was Instagram, and I had posted it on my Twitter just to show off like how that got me to thinking of an idea for characters or for looks of characters, and that pretty much transformed into this rework, if you will, of Yoriko. Because if y'all recall, in 2K18, was it, she didn't look a damn thing like this at all. So we went back to the lab and completely changed the look to fit the motif, which was kind of like a darker sort of feel, and that eventually led to the idea that would eventually become Jorogumo, who is obviously a fairly powerful and dangerous presence within the Underground Kings / Trial of Kings story. And before I actually go on and do anything else, there's something important that I gotta do. Can I do it here? Yes. The spider lady. Okay. We're catching on here. We're catching on. Yes. You know, it's been a while. It's been a while. Think I had a little fly just try to fly into my nose. Damn it! What the fuck? Okay, real-time editing, because you know we ain't cool with just the tattoos being on the skin. Because she's possessed by a demon goddess, so it has to be in the skin, like grafted in there. Yeah, he can find a new home. We ain't having that. Because the marking has obvious significance, if you've been following the story, it only makes sense to make it a lot more prominent on her, especially since the fact that, you know, Jorogumo has actually had control of Yuriko's body for well over 100 or so years. Since World War II. So, there's got to be some wear and tear going on. Whoops. Like legit looks like it hurts. Imagine having all those markings like burned into your skin, almost carved into your skin. Not very pleasant. Yes. Thank you, Jason. Now, granted, I got some pretty cool villains all happening in this story. So, you know, she kind of stands out, but there's definitely some well-developed bad guys in the Trials tournament between her, between Tyson Blackheart, between Isabella Frost, Silver, Katanashi. It's like, yeah, a lot of bad guys. It could be possible. I mean, you know, you just have to work within the confines of the game. So, who knows? You just got to experiment. I forgot how long this takes to save. Jeez. More heals means more targets for the faces to go after. Yes. What's up, Dez? It's also kind of hard to develop a good face character for long term without them, excuse me, being general. Like, the trick is we want them to be standouts. Now, granted, I'm able to do that, but it's not as easy as one would think. What are we going to show off? Who are we going to show off next? I was just thinking about that jacket. As a matter of fact, I'll show off all of these particular characters that I made that are actually a collaboration, if you will. I don't know if he's still on the stream in the chat, but Ricky Whitney, he's another artist like me. He's got his DeviantArt page. He also posts on his Instagram of characters that he draws. A lot of them are wrestling inspired. He has like his own like fictional wrestling thing, federations and such like that. He also does superheroes and so on. And they looked so damn cool that I asked him if I could make, CAW versions of them in the game. And he said, yeah. And this is the result, pretty much, that you will be seeing for the most part. Variations of them. I tried to make them as close to the artwork as possible, with some improvisations here and there. Yes, Sunshine Parks is another one. This is Jessica Blood. Yes, still in the game. Still doing the thing here. But yeah, like I said, I tried to make it as close to the artwork as possible. Unfortunately, I can't show you the artwork because we're on console here and not doing a stream. But I guess I can post a link to his DeviantArt page so that you can see for yourself after this is done. Got some custom logo work here. The other interesting part is the fact that, she's without hair, which kind of reminds me of, once again, you are terrible with names, but the one of the Dorja Milaje from Black Panther in the MCU that didn't have hair. She was in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Forgot her name, but you know who I'm talking about. Reminds me of her. Which, by the way, I had at one point thought of using that design or character motif, if you will, for Talena before I decided to go with the look that she currently has. She doesn't have a theme, but that could be a good theme to use. But I would have to go with something that isn't copyrighted because YouTube. One thing that I'm very surprised I've been able to do all this time is be able to find music that fits the characters that I use in my videos that is not copyrighted, so I don't get content strikes. Which is very, very time consuming, let me tell you. It's a lot of browsing. But yeah. Yeah, she does kind of have that jazz look to her. Similar physique as well. Because y'all know I do love them girls with some muscle on them. Yes, music is the biggest struggle. One of the biggest struggles to doing content on YouTube. Most definitely the biggest pain in the ass. Epidemic Sounds. I'll have to add that to the list. Yeah, I got a whole list of channels that I'm subscribed to that, specializes in non-copyrighted or independent work, music-wise. There's Montage Rock. There's NCT, non-copyrighted tracks. Pretty self-explanatory. Pretzel Rocks is another good one. NCS is another good one too. They do more than just dubstep though. Like they'll have like a rock, channel, if you will. Trash is another one. It's spaces in the name though. T space RASH. Trash. Miracle of Sound is another one. Trash is where I get a lot of the trap and wave type stuff that I've been using for Trial of Kings, Underground Kings, the outro song that I use for it. Good stuff. What else? Yeah, there's a couple of places. But then after you find those places, you have to find music that fits the character, which is another battle to overcome. But yeah, entrance gear. Got this kind of dark gothic type thing going on, which is cool because you don't have, I forgot who it was I forgot who it was that I heard talking about this. It was on a podcast. I think it might have been my guy BC Amplified that I watch. Could also have been just Alex, but basically they mentioned the fact that you don't see that many black gothic characters in wrestling. Like there have only been 2 realistically. Or black dark characters, like supernatural, gothic, ghostly, whatever the case may be. There have only been 2 in WWE. Papa Shango and the Boogeyman. That's it. Every other black character or talent, performer, if you will, has always either been the quote-unquote angry black guy or a showboat, shucking and jiving, dancing and skipping and stuff like that. Yes, I am sorry to say this, but the New Day counts as shucking and jiving. It is what it is. I said it. Yep. But yeah, I like how that you get that feel from her here. And I will... Yes, Trevor Aeon is a good example. I have a couple of characters on the male side that could fit that bill. Like that one, the dude I have solo, who was in the tournament, he definitely has that vibe. And, yeah. Either Bad News Brown or Coco Beware. Exactly. It's the opposite ends of the spectrum. Yeah. You just got to raise his stock up long enough to get that attention. AEW seems like... Actually, Impact probably seems like it would be more of a place for him. But you never know. AEW might be as well. However, you're going to have an influx of a lot of people coming into AEW over the course of the next 8 months to a year. So they might get a little over bloated with talent. And yeah. But there are ways to go. There are avenues to take outside of AEW. You still got Impact. You still got Ring of Honor. You got New Japan. They're starting to do more stuff in the States. Like, Leo Rush is over there. Who else is there? Fred Rosser, the artist formerly known as Darren Young. And, yeah. Yeah. It's another good one. STP. Let's see. It was Kangs and shit. Yes. Oh yeah, we're continuing on with the Ricky Whitney collection here. Hold on, so let me scroll on down. Any black luchadors? There was. As a matter of fact, you will know him in his current form as Isaiah Swerve Scott, but he was a luchador at one point. He was wearing the mask and everything. Oh, so you want to see Michaela? Yeah. We'll get to that. I just wanted to go back to... Yeah, there we go. Killshot. That was his lucha name. He was in Lucha Underground, though, so I guess it counts because he was wearing a mask. But yeah. VWE for Oichi. It's a rework of a character from VWE, which was an E-Fed that I was a part of way back in 2004, I believe. It was 2005 or such. But yeah, Ricochet also counts. You know. Prince Puma. Yes. Excuse me. But let me add those to the list. Hold on. Because I wanted to show the Ricky Whitney stuff first. But then we also got Michaela that she wanted to see. And then I'll also show off Oichi as well. And Angel. Just to round that out. Even though, disclaimer, I probably will not be remaking either of those two in the future. But you'll still get to see them now anyway. Yes. Yep, that's pretty much where the whole E-Fed bug, started for me. From VWE came the LXW, and then from LXW came the XWA, and then from XWA, the E-Fed version, came XWA, the YouTube version, and the rest is history. Yeah, that's fine. I got no problems with people taking over creations that I've decommissioned, if you will. Jacket is the one who actually has been remaking the Doolies for a couple of years now, because me and my brother stopped making them and he wanted to keep them going, so we said, yeah, cool. LXW was 2007, I want to say. Yes. Asshead. Yeah. I want to say it was 2006. Probably 2006, actually. Because I got into E-Fed after I first joined Cause.ws, which was SmackDown vs. Raw 2006. And that was VWE. And then like 6 months later, I started LXW. So that was all between 2006 and 2007. And LXW was just like a year, not even a year, like a half a year, like 7-8 months. Those damn doolies, yeah. Okay, who do we have on screen here? This is another collaboration with Ricky Whitney. Her name is Monica Stryker. No relation to Sydney Stryker. Yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, I think if anything, I'm probably going to stream on YouTube as opposed to Twitch just to keep the following the same, because I know some people are not on Twitch. Even though I have a channel there, I barely got any followers anywhere. All of my people are here on YouTube, so it seems more logical to stick here. But spoiler alert, yeah, fuck Twitch. Spoiler alert, whenever a new game comes out, whichever it is, be it WWE, should I decide to get that, or the AEW game, or the Wrestling Code, whatever the case may be, I'm actually going to be live streaming as I am making the CAWs that I make. So, yeah. You'll see the creative process in action in real time. But yeah, Monica Stryker, if you can probably tell, is from Brazil. So yeah, she's got that Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu vibe there. I've made her moveset to include a significant amount of like judo type throws, grapples, submissions, that type of thing, which pretty much fit the character as it was that Ricky Whitney had designed her to be, and then it was just a matter of making it look as close again to the artwork as possible. And yeah, almost spot on to the actual artwork. I mean, the only real difference is the fact that obviously I don't have the same typefaces or fonts that he used for the text on his attire, but you know, use the color scheme of the Brazilian flag, because that's what he used on his primary attire. And yeah, it's good look. She fights hard too. Really like the way that her moveset ended up being. And you can probably, if you are aware of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, realize what the reference is to her entrance gear. It is a red sash, which is a symbol of the red belt, which is the highest honor that you can earn as a practitioner of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. So, yeah, she's experienced. She's kind of a big deal, kind of a tough cookie out there in the ring. She knows how to fold you up and throw you down. And alternate attire. This again is based off of another attire that he made. Pretty much a little more simplistic, but I like simplistic, and it works out. Looks good. So yeah, no frills, but still fits the character and the style that she has. I don't know if I actually uploaded her before. I think I did at one point, so some people out there probably have her, so they can attest to it. But yeah, these were fun to make. I like doing these kind of collaboration or commission jobs every once in a while. It's not something that I would do on the normal, though. It has to be characters that stand out to me, that would make me want to make those interpretations. Yeah, I did upload her once. Yeah, now that I'm remembering. Indeed. Kill shots. The artist now known as Isaiah Swerve Scott. The current North American champion. Lucha Underground. That was good times. It was a good show. Okay, here's another one from the Ricky Whitney collection. Now, the first attire is actually, well, no, it's actually the same attire. I just he used variation here. But the character's name is Grace Watts. This is actually not the attire that he drew out for the character, because I kind of switched it up to make her a member of a tag team instead. But I might actually snub that. Or not. I'm not sure. Like, I featured them on an episode of Girl Fight in trying to establish a women's tag team division, because we got Les Canadiens, who are the current women's tag team champions, and I got no challengers for them at the moment. No challengers at the moment, so we're trying to avoid having to put together random people in teams, but I might have to put together random people in teams, because I can't make tag teams just for the tag team division, if that makes any sense. You know, it's too much work filling up rosters that you're only going to be using for one specific type of match. So that was the function here. But I actually might, yeah, you come to realize that booking is tough when you're running a CAW show. Like, I can relate sometimes to how it is. Like, cause yeah, like, and they say, oh, well, you know, we just don't have anything for them. And it's like, damn it. Yes, the socks with the fractals and designs on them, it's definitely a good look. It adds a lot of detail to an attire, as opposed to just going with, you know, knee pads. Alright, ACG, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the link. I will check that out. And you have yourself a good night. But yeah, you know, it's pretty much Ember Moon / Asuka based here, if you already didn't tell. But that's placeholder again. Good night, ACG. Like, I will probably end up making an actual, you know, legit attire for them, her and her partner. But just wanted to show that off, because that was the base of the character, is based off of one of the characters that Ricky Whitney had drawn. Excuse me, tongue-tied. So that was that. And I think we've got one more of his that I had did, which is, excuse me, down here. Another of the white and gold collection, for those of y'all keeping score. Her name is Valerie Irene Petra, aka VIP. Yes, brilliant stuff. I know, it really is. And yeah. What else can I say about this attire, except the look is, yeah, she's got the white and gold. I guess I could kind of incorporate some MVP, like, really, well, that's the point. Like, she's like a, you know, stylish and sophisticated type of individual on that MVP tip, kind of like the she's a boss babe. She's a boss ass bitch. You know how that goes. Like Sasha Banks on steroids. Pretty much. You can kind of tell that that's exactly where the inspiration for a lot of her design elements came from here. So, yeah. Comes together well. And, yeah. She's pretty much complete. They all are, so, moveset's set in stone, and yes. Then we got the alternate attire, black and gold, because I could not think of anything else to do but go with black and gold. If anything, I'll probably change this to red and gold or something like that, just to kind of, create some kind of variation between all the rest of the other females that I use with white and gold as their color motif. Like, jeez, you kind of overdo it a little bit here, just a bit, just a little bit. Just for completionist sake. Blue and gold can work too. Or purple and gold. Purple and gold actually sounds nice too. Laker colors. They could, at one point they would have been, but I decided instead to go with, well actually I can add her in, because the Empire, which would be Isis's new faction, is a break off of Paragon, which was who she was with before, which was, Chanel and Jersey Red. So, yeah. Destiny shader swatches. I've thought of that, actually. That's good color reference in general for artwork in particular, but also for color schemes or color ways, if you will, for attires. That's a smart idea, brother. Okay, so that's Miss VIP over there. And then there is Sunshine Parks, which I will get to once it loads. There we go. And Sunshine Parks, which is another one of characters that he made. And the cool part here is that the shirt logo is actually a logo that he made for the character on his DeviantArt page. So I didn't have to do anything. He already made it himself. I just slapped it on the shirt just like it appears on the artwork. I did actually do the solo logo here, which, if anything, I'll go back and change the red to match the red of the other logo, because it kind of, looks a little off. Not so much that it takes anything away, but yeah. The other cool part is the fact that they actually have the proper hair to match the hairstyle that he drew for the character. So that worked out pretty well too. And it's a nice little setup going on here. She is built to be athletic on that Bianca Belair type of vibe. Probably a lot faster though. She's got some power, but it's about the speed and such, and quickness, and yeah, really good look. And we got the alternate attire. In case you probably didn't know this already, she's from San Francisco. Just, you know, so you know. And the jersey number is was that one that he drew out? Was it? Don't remember. No, I think that was one that I made. Yes, that was, because I remember that font. I used that font a lot. So yeah, I went with number 10 because that was the number that he had used for the artwork. So I wanted to keep it, you know, accurate to the artwork, even though I was tempted to use the number 7 instead, because that's Colin Kaepernick's number. You know, just some fitting irony there, but we just decided to keep it what it was that he had set up. Injury storyline. Yeah, we could do that. Actually, I've already got the storyline set up initially for what it is that Isis is going to be doing, because she is the new Diamond Champion. So she's got to defend the belt, and you know, she won it kind of controversially, so there's that. But yeah, there's things in the works. There's stuff cooking in the oven here. But yeah, you know, we got the 49ers color scheme going on here. Again, this is a 1-to-1 match to the artwork that Ricky had drew out, just with some obvious variations for the game. And yeah, she cool. We like her look. 4 hours, and I still haven't shown everybody everything. Like, wow, you make a lot of shit. A whole lot. I think that was all of the Ricky collaborations. Yes, it was. Okay. Next would be Michaela Nystrom by request. So this is the new look that I have for her. It is kind of a placeholder because obviously it's using just in-game assets, no graphics or anything like that. I still have the graphics from the first attire that I made for her, and we did a change of the face. I forgot her name, but she is a fitness model that I took the face from to create the texture from Instagram, and yeah, so I can't even say that's a minor edit. That's a major edit. She looks like a completely different person from the one that you have uploaded already, probably. Because I didn't like how the face looked like. Because, again, just like in the case of Alexis Windsor, I had to go to Community Creations because I needed to have a face. And couldn't figure out how I wanted her to look. So I wound up grabbing one of those commonly overused faces and used that for the first build. So I got the chance to rework a couple of things on her. I just haven't gotten the chance to do that with Alexis yet. But yeah. So we got the entrance gear here. Now, in actuality, truth be told, this ring gear was inspired kind of loosely off of a former wrestler. Unfortunately, she's retired officially. Not from injury or anything like that, but I guess she just wanted to do something different. Her name is Sadie Gibbs. She was very briefly in AEW. Very athletic individual. Yeah. You can do like a Google search or YouTube search of videos of her matches, highlights and stuff like that. And yeah, she's like doing double backflip moonsaults over the top rope on the people and stuff like that. She was a specimen in her own right. And like I said, she's not wrestling anymore. The pandemic kind of messed up a lot of things, including people's visas. So she had to go back to England. That's where she lives. That's where she came from. And, that whole speaking out thing over there kind of messed up the European wrestling scene. So you got to find other forms of work. So she's like doing entrepreneurship type stuff now. And yeah, that's that. But I kind of based Michaela's new moves and so on and so forth off of Sadie Gibbs's moveset, which you would know if you had actually gotten the new version here, which no one has because I never actually uploaded her after I made these changes. Yeah. So, attire number 2 is basically a offshoot of the original attire that I had made for her that you have seen in the Purity Women's Tournament the very first time, which are the colors of her native land of Sweden, which, again, like I said, I am really trying to do a better job of not using flag colors for, the color schemes of non-American wrestlers. It's become too cliche for me. So yeah, I'll be changing this look as well to something else. What? I don't know. But yeah, this is just the last version of her that I have, and we'll work that out from there. But yes, she is a new lease on life. She is also very, very good. Like, in all truth, in all of the matches that I've simulated of her after I made these edits, she hasn't lost. She has not lost. I actually did a fatal 4-way match between her and I forgot who it was. I still got the video. I can make commentary and turn it into a video if I wanted to, except for the fact that I'm kind of spoiling on the fact that it was a fatal 4-way elimination match. She eliminated the other 3 opponents. Clean sweep. It's yeah, that's got me tempted to thinking that maybe I want to push her, which brings up the predicament again I said as far as the women's division of Purity, because aside from the champion, I don't know where else to go. But that's the fun of working it out. So, work in progress. Oh. Alright, let's go down, 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 as soon as it loads, and have a look at Oishi. Excuse me. Hello, Xenophon. Yes. It's fun to do, man. And the more you do it, the better you get at it. So that's how it goes. Repetition. Practice makes perfect. So, Oichi is a character that is not mine's at all, but this is my version of her. She existed in an E-Fed in the early 2000s known as VWE. I don't think the servers are going to close because that's happened before. I know what you're talking about. When you go to the main menu, it says the servers are closing. This has happened before where it displays that, but they aren't actually going to shut the servers down until the new game releases. It's just like a glitch or something like that. Because it's said that before. Unless there's some news that they posted on social media saying it. Because I haven't actually checked. But I don't think they're going to shut them down until 2K22 comes out. Because that would kind of suck. It ain't our fault they made a game that, sucked. That we have to suffer because of it. Not being able to share content. Cool. Yes. I think that was the new version. I'm going to show her off. I think it was the new version that I uploaded, actually, of ISIS. I'll show everybody after I show these next two. But yeah, anyway. Oichi, yes. Virtual Wrestling Entertainment was the name of the E-Fed. And, yeah, it was a pretty good Fed. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it was an awesome Fed. They had good storylines. The characters, everybody's CAWs were well made and well written. It was a text E-Fed that actually ran simulated matches in the WWE game to determine the outcome of the matches, as opposed to it being just regular old text based. And you're coming up with your own spots and so on and so forth. And that was basically the basis of what it is that I had did in starting the League of Extraordinary Wrestling, or LXW for short, which was basically me doing that in a way that I thought was going to be more productive because, as my brother is pointing out, the Fed kind of had a lot of egos. A lot. In hindsight, LXW kind of had the same thing, realistically. And, yeah. That's one of the great pitfalls of running an E-Fed. You got people who think that it's actually a wrestling federation, and... yeah. We ain't talking about that right now. We're talking about the fact that this was a very well executed character, and I actually had some insight in the creation of Oichi initially for VWE way back in 2006. The creator had actually posted stuff on CAWs.ws, and yeah, it just blossomed into her own creation, basically. Kind of like a mystic, geisha warrior type deal. And the look was always very simple, but to the point. Yeah, a little too strong. 4 hours going on here. Yeah. I would rate her as a legend. Yes, yes. Considering the character in the E-Fed was actually dubbed a VWE legend, which would be a moniker that they would have given to those members who had been around for a while or been involved in some very, very important storytelling, not to do with the main overarching plot line to the E-Fed. Like, you know. But yeah, she's legend status. Definitely. I would match her up with Tadako. Whoops. Did I make an alternate attire for her? Yes, I did. Actually. Let's just show off the entrance attire, though, because, you know, long kimonos. Pretty cliche, but it works because, you know, it's supposed to work for a character like her. So, yeah. You don't get all of the detail just with her standing in a static pose, but you got it. Yes. Also roleplayed Lord Vader's Okami character in LXW and PWE before retiring. Cool. Yes, I like her too, Xenophon. I remember played against with her for my cause, and she pretty much worked the floor with them. Yeah, you know. Again, I make my characters' movesets very fitting of the style, and if I'm not mistaken, there's some variation between her moveset and Koy Zeong's moveset. So there's some parallels there as far as the moves with the speed and the striking and everything like that. So yeah, she's gonna be kind of dangerous. And then also on top of that, you know, since the fact that I do have her at legend status, her base stats are going to be higher than normal creations. So if you didn't edit that to match the stats that you have as a base for your own game, she's gonna do that. But yeah, attire number 2 is more of a, you know, warrior type of deal here. Different face paint and such like that. This is not a design of the original creator. This is just my own variation because I wanted to do something. I didn't want her to just have one attire. So, you know, I had to come up with something, and this is it. Pretty much cut and dry. Like I said, just for the sake of time constraints and the fact that I've not actually done anything with them, even though I was planning to, I am not 100% certain I will be recreating her or her partner, who is down here. Actually, let me make sure it doesn't swap to another spot while it's loading. There we go. And this is another VWE alumni, or legend, if you will. My variation of character named Angel Andrews. In the E-Fed, she was just known as Angel, but her actual full name was Angel Andrews. So, yeah. Another white and gold motif. I know. So original. Like, can you come up with any different color scheme? Seriously. But it actually makes sense for this character because that was actually one of the color schemes that she was using in VWE with that core model, you know. So we just did our thing with the graphics, and yeah. Looking good. Nothing wrong with the character. Like, she's got the move set and everything. Gave her the one-winged angel as a finisher just because, you know, angels and stuff. But, again, I had a plan for them, and I don't know how I'm going to go about with that plan, which is basically tag teams. So maybe I will remake them, and they will just be part of a tag team division, along with Grace Watts and her partner, and then you have Les Canadiens and than just piecing together teams like maybe Dollface and Madison Star. I don't know. I'm just like all over the place right now, man. Yes, Lorena is another one of them. What can I say? I like the color. It's like deep fucking value talking about the GME stock. I like the stock. I like the color. Like, yeah. She's got this real Charlotte Flair type of vibe going on. Think it's probably got something to do with the skin tone. Like really fair skinned. And the almost bleached blonde hair. You know, almost angelic, you could almost say. So, yeah. And she thick. That would be a perfect match. That would actually make a lot of sense. Because, you know, birds of a feather flock together. So, yeah, at this point, seeing these again will be a question mark. We're kind of saying, no, Charlotte ain't thick. She tall, muscular. She's working on the thickness, though. But, yeah. We are on the fence, in any case, regarding the continuation of their creation. I'm just playing it by ear there. Just tall? Well, you know. Yeah. You know, Mexican food is really kind of lean. You know, it's a lot of vegetables, a lot of protein. So, it is what it is. Hey, if Andrade likes it, that's all that matters, right? She's getting something from someone. Trashing on Charlotte. Okay, so that was Oichi, that was Angel. Hey, beef empanadas. Some Monterey Jack cheese. Here you go. Hook it up. Hook that up. Yeah. Running out of ideas. Let's show off Isis. This is the latest update I made to her, which I am not sure is the one that I have still updated on Community Creations. If someone can confirm that or not, then I'll be sure to make that change. Because it's a pretty big change, if I do say so myself. Y'all might recognize that face texture from a certain well-known and controversial rapper that likes to talk about how her private parts are wet. Hint, hint. Okay, so yeah, this is the version that is on Community Creations. I can talk as we speak. Ow. Yes. Okay. Yeah. I mean, the character was basically initially designed off of the, you know, bougie, catty video vixen, pretty much, was the original idea that I had came up with when I designed the Diamond Dolls way back when in SmackDown versus Raw. And Isis pretty much kind of evolved on her own, mainly after I played Rumble Roses. Y'all remember Rumble Roses, don't you? And there was a character on that. I forget her name because I'm old and my memory is shot. But basically, she was kind of like a, video girl, kind of like a Beyonce type of vibe thing. She was, somebody's gonna type faster than me here, hopefully, and get the name of this freaking broad. Aisha. There you go. Yes. Wow, how did I not remember that? But yeah, Rumble Roses wound up being an inspiration for a lot of characters that I had made initially when I started first making female CAWs way back when. When did this game come out? As a matter of fact, 2005. Yep. Right around the time that I started posting CAWs actively. So, yeah. I mean, Tadako Togo basically is Reiko Hinomoto, my version of that character, pretty much. So Isis Diamante started out initially as my version of Aisha from Rumble Roses. And then, as is the case with other characters that I've made over the years, like Jamie Fury and such like that, she has evolved from different other influences that I incorporated into the character, such as Sasha Banks, and then Cardi B. And this is the final form, if you will, of Isis Diamante in terms of her look, and then in terms of her attitude and demeanor and such like that. As it is that I already stated, she broke away from Paragon, which was the faction that she was a part of with Chanel Valencia and Jersey Red and Tiffany Queensberry. So her and Tiffany broke away from them to form a new group that they're calling the Empire, of which Isis is the Queen Pin. That is her new nickname. It was the Diamond Doll before, but now she's the Queen Pin. So, yeah. And we're going to be building up on those ranks and making them into the perennial heel faction in the Diamond Division, with her currently as the Diamond Champion. So, yeah. Three more forms. Well, probably more attires, because again, this is one of those where I just did a color swap and need to do more. Needs more variation. So yeah, definitely some really similarities between her look and that of VIPs. Well, not really. I mean, VIP actually wears more clothes. But the vibe is similar, like, with the sunglasses and everything like that. So it seems kind of logical that if I am actually going to add more people to the Empire, that VIP would be an obvious choice to add on to them. But yeah. Then we got the alternate attire, which is just basically black with the platinum type deal. The top here, actually, you see it also on the alternate attire, is a clip that I took out from a picture of the I think it's called the Wonder Bra or whatever it was. It was that bra that Victoria's Secret made that was made completely of like freaking platinum and diamonds, and it's like worth a couple $100,000 or something like that. That's basically her top. So, you know, to imply the fact that she's, you know, paid, you know, she's stacking bread now that she's the diamond champion, and living her best life, quote unquote. So, yeah, this was actually the second chance, second opportunity that I had to use the texturing trick, if you will, for the skin and the attire that I've further used otherwise on other characters. So, yeah, I'm happy with the fact that this was a trick that I was trying to learn for so long that nobody would show. Well, one person showed, actually. But this was a video that they had posted on YouTube years ago. So there's a lot of digging, but you know, it's not widely known, and the people who do know would never say anything. So yeah, we got that, and it's like, y'all ain't the men no more, or women, or whatever, because some of them are, how do I say, not swinging from the right, they're swinging from the left, if you know what I mean. I don't say that as a negative, by the way. I'm just, you know, stating facts. Anyway, because we could do nothing with the jacket or entrance gear, I just went with the Shawn Michaels look for entrance gear on the alternate, and yeah, I mean, it's not that much. Batting from the other side of the plate, exactly. Yes. Nothing wrong with bringing back the classics. It's a good thing. Like, keeps the creative juices flowing. Also gives you an idea of what it is you want to do if you get the new games. You know, give you a blueprint. All right, what we got next? I think I might actually wind this down shortly. We're going on 4.5 hours here. Just wanted to show some other characters of significance. I really don't want to show off Sin just yet because I'm not feeling the tattoos. That's one that I actually am going to have to go back and do some retouching on, because she's got so much ink. I will keep an eye out. Yes. Stern _. That's an easy one to remember there. Yes. Oh, Stern Gold 9. Okay. Let's screenshot that name so we keep it going here. It's like so many, I don't know who to go with next. Oh boy. You really do make a lot of creations, don't you? Let's show her off. This is Ivana Zemanova. Now, if you've been watching the Trial of Kings tournament, okay, I could do that next. So this is the battle attire for this character. Yep. This is just the girls. I still got the guys to do too. Oh gosh, I hit the random button again. Let's see what abomination we get here. Wow. Just wow. Oh my goodness. Yeah, mine's is better. There. 2K. Y'all did a good job, but no. Anyway. So this is the battle attire for the character Ivana Zemanova, who you have already seen if you've been watching the Trial of Kings tournament as the manager / liaison for the Ram, Alexei Baranov. And as you could probably have guessed from the fact that she was a pretty tall lady, she's pretty good at combat herself. She's not just a pretty face. Exactly. The Russian lady. Exactly. She's like she's like Lana Tarusev, except she can actually wrestle. There you go. So there's a character, a new character that is on Streets of Rage 4. Her name is Estelle. She's a cop, basically. She was a boss, but they turned her into a player character in the last DLC. That had a lot to do with some of the design choices for her look here. I wanted to make her have kind of a military type of feel without being like female Shield or something like that, which I might actually do at some point, but I just wanted to show off the physique with this attire, which is something I do a lot with my attires if y'all haven't already noticed. This is not by coincidence, but yeah, she a fit one. Indeed she is. She spends a fairly extensive amount of time at the gym when not, training to crack skulls and break jaws. So, yeah. Face texture, and I am really, really surprised that it came out as good of a quality as it did. This also had a lot to do with me doing some manipulation in Photoshop, but the face texture, the base is that of Brigitte Nielsen, who is an actress who played Yvonne Drago's wife most prominently in Rocky was it 3? No, 4. 1 and 2 was Apollo Creed, 3 was Clubber Lang, 4 was Drago. Yes. So, yeah. This is obviously a photo of her in her younger days, which was all the way back in the 80s. So, yeah. And Red Sonja as well. She was also in Cobra with Sylvester Stallone. She was married to Sylvester Stallone for a while. And, yeah, she's been around. She's been in a couple of movies. She's well known. But, yeah, like I was saying, this is a picture or a photo that I took from her in her youth, which was not in the best quality, but we made it work. I had to do the half split that I was explaining yesterday because the lighting on the photograph was a little off on one side, and yeah, we do get kind of a Sable vibe from the overall look of the attire with the solid black there, and no graphics or anything like that. I was thinking about doing some graphics on her, but I wanted to keep the look for her being more like battle dress as opposed to ring gear, if that makes sense. Oh, Flavor Flav, huh? So, yeah. She's getting the flavor of love. Like, oh, man. If anything, that should be a lesson to all the dudes out here in the chat. Looks don't mean nothing. Money means everything. You could be the ugliest motherfucker in the world and still pull chicks if you've got the clout. So go get the clout and don't worry about getting the girls, because they will come automatically. You're welcome. Message. Anyway, ring gear, again, pretty simple, you know, kind of on a military vibe here, and yeah, we intentionally made it basic for her look because we wanted it to be more about the character and not the attire, like the style, the really, you know, militaristic. You know, she's a big, you know, she's from, how do I explain this? It's tough, but yeah, you know, you get the vibe. You get what I'm trying to get here. Like, she's a strong lady from Russia, so obviously she's not really about the frills and the pizzazz. So yeah, it's the black dress that she had on in the tournament, basic manager gear. I'll probably do an alternate attire. Not sure if it'll be street clothes or anything like that, but we shall see. So that is Ivana Zemanova, and now I'll give you a little bit of a spoiler here that y'all probably don't know. Well, you don't know because I'm saying it for the first time. That is, we saw Ivana Zemanova, and this is Natasha Zemanova, as in Ivana's sister. You wouldn't know that because I never actually said what her last name was when I first made her, about 3 or so years ago. So now you do know. This was an angle that I was going to be bringing forth in purity, that I still am, but I figured I might as well just tell y'all in advance, basically. So, yes, the sister act is going to come back together and wreak havoc in the Purity Women's Division, and yes, it's going to be good times for only 2 people and bad for everyone else. Yes. Heavens to Megatroid. Like, well, squash my buckle and buckle my squash. And yeah, pretty much their look is the same as it has always been. And again, well, this is one of those cases where I'm not going to change the whole flag motif thing here because I like the way the graphics look like. And, you know, I've actually shown this character off to a couple of my Russian friends, and they dig it. So, yes. We'll keep it. We'll keep it going. Thank you, Toxicity. Yes. So we got the alternate attire here. And little Easter egg for you on the brassiere. Massive Aggressive is the name of the clothing brand that I've been working on. So, some product placement for you. Truth be told, I actually had came up with this term. It's actually the album name for a punk band that came out like almost a decade ago. But there's no... So I use that as like what do you call it? A fictitious brand, like a fake brand, like what you see that I was doing in the Trial of Kings tournament, where I'm basically coming up with, you know, company names and such like that. So I've actually done that a couple of times too. You've seen some people also do it themselves, coming up with fictitious brand names that are based off of other brands. And so Massive Aggressive was one of them, and I was going to be using, yes, more people still yeah, because 2K20 was a dumpster fire. But anyway, so Massive Aggressive was a brand that I had made up that I was going to be using for assorted walkout shirts and ring gear for my cause. And I said, you know what? That actually sounds kind of cool. I think I would actually wear something like that myself that says that, or has some kind of logo with that. And so we made that happen. And you will eventually be seeing that brand in real life. Not like this. It's not this logo. I actually made like a whole different logo. This was like the first one I made back in 2017, I think it was. Just never made a new version of it. Didn't need to. But, yeah, just a little side knowledge for you there. Aside from that, we just got to basically... alternate attire, utilizing the graphic that I used for her arm tattoo as the main element for the trunks. And yeah, it's just basic alternate, you know, based on the red and black motif, which is kind of sort of calling back to the old Soviet Union. If I threw some gold in here, like a yellow trim maybe, instead of a black, then that would really give off the old Iron Curtain look, the hammer and the sickle. So that might be something I do down the road. Yes, let New Legacy break it some more. Yes, but yeah, you got that big old character detail that you did not know before, that yes, she and Ivana are of the same blood. I just haven't figured out which one of them is going to be the older one. Okay, we'll say Ivana's the older sister and Natasha is the younger one. It's kind of like that dynamic where the younger one is usually the bigger one anyway. Kind of like me and my brother, yes. Sorry. Eh, boy. Yes. Alright. Moving on. Going on 5 hours here. Come on with the come on. Get on with the get on. Let's see. What's some new hotness that y'all haven't seen yet? Yep, that's how it is. Well, I got all the creativity. Well, most of the creativity. So, we'll take that. And the lady's like a man of mystery. Actually, before I even go in here, I'm gonna flex just a little bit for the people in the chat. Just because some of y'all know that I also do artwork on the side for Instagram and such like that. And it has actually served me an extra purpose of being able to slide into DMs. So, yeah. It is what it is. All right. Moving on. We're going to show off the warrior queen Talena Nkrumah. Yes. Oh, it ain't no shame. We're having a good old time. I just can't say any names because, you know, I'm not gonna gloat about anything that hasn't actually happened yet, but there are some possibilities. I'm gonna leave it at that. So, anyway, we got Talena here, who is one of the more unique builds that I have made, and yes, I love her too. First made her back in 2006 in SmackDown vs. Raw. Was it SmackDown vs. Raw? Or was it, what did they call it before SmackDown vs. Raw? It was just SmackDown games. This was before SmackDown vs. Raw. I made her the same year that I first released Sarah Warfield. So yeah, she's an OG, just like Sarah, like that long. It's just that for a while, I actually stopped making her and remade her again in 2018, but did not release her, and then refined the look in 2K19, and this is that, basically. So, as I had said before, I had originally planned to model her off of the Dorja Malage, which is Dora Malage, excuse me, which is the bodyguards for the Prince of Wakanda, but decided to go away from that and stick with the look that I had always had for her, which was more of a tribal type of look, using the tiger prints and so on. And a lot of it is like variations of the stuff that I was using when I had first made her, because obviously you couldn't import any graphics all the way back then, so I was just using the basic in-game tattoos for her on the arms and the legs specifically. So I kind of made that change or variation, and decided just to add to that by using tribal tattoos or tribal designs, specifically on the legs. If you can see, I don't know if you can see it completely because, you know, video quality and color, stuff like that varies from screen to screen, but, you know, it's got some tiger designs too on it, which would fit the whole tiger motif for the rest of the look. So you got the regular old standard orange tiger for the primary, and then we got the white tiger going on for the secondary attire. So again, this is one of those situations where the color swap actually works and is not, you know, kind of lazy. Yeah, I will admit sometimes that is kind of lazy of me. Even though the tiger stripe isn't seamless, it still looks as such. when you wrap it all the way around. This is also before I learned about that number grid that Kaz started everybody using. He made it, and everybody started following up by using it to map like seamless patterns and skins and such like that on their attires. So that would be where I would improve this, if anything. But I'm not that much of a obsessive compulsive where I'm gonna worry about how the stripes cut off in the back, because nobody's really gonna see that anyway. But yeah, that's Talena. She is, like I said, an OG, high stats. You know, she's a veteran. She's one of the top. So you put her in the same category as Sarah Warfield, Tadako Togo, the bosses, the boss characters, if you will, in my roster here. Let's just show off the entrance attire for the alternate real quick, because we got some really regal effects going on here. Like I said, she is the warrior queen, so you know, gotta make her look royal. The gold accents on the cape. This came out really, really nice. I was originally going to put the design here onto the cape itself, but it didn't look the way I wanted it to, especially because you got this overlap here that you see, which is a problem. But yeah, we can overlook that. And that is gonna be Talena. And truth be told, I think I'm actually going to break off for the rest of this stream and continue possibly tomorrow. We got a 3-day weekend, so you know there's plenty of time to go through everything. But I just really wanted to show off some of the major updates and just kind of show off some new stuff, as well as stuff that you haven't seen me upload yet, of which we will do at some point. Probably, if not tonight, definitely tomorrow. If you're following me on any socials, you can just drop me a line and let me know which ones you would like me to upload. Also in the comments, community comments, I'll actually put up a post on YouTube asking, and you can answer me there, as a matter of fact, so we keep everything nice and concentrated, so I actually see these requests. So yeah, if you stuck around for this entire 5-hour stream, you're freaking awesome. And if you're currently dozed off because you tried to stick around for this 5-hour stream, you're still awesome. And I appreciate all the support. And yeah, it's cool that you guys love this stuff, and hopefully things get better. Like, we're really looking forward to what the new hotness has to offer. Hopefully it's not as limiting as it's been, and hopefully it works. Yes, thank you, Max. Yeah, like, you gotta take baby steps and make sure that the game actually works, and then we'll go from there. But we'll see. I'm looking forward to the new games, and until then, we just keep on working with what we got. And as far as other content, like I said, all I have to do is just simulate the matches for the last 2 rounds of a Trial of Kings tournament and get all that editing done and have those hopefully completed by the end of this month, and just shoot those out 1 week after the other, and then we'll focus back on the XWA from there. And yeah, I say this, hopefully I can actually go through with it, but we'll see. At this point, though, it is 2:15 a.m. and my eyes are getting heavy, so we're going to say goodnight, and we'll see you all tomorrow. We'll take a look at some of the guys. We'll also look at some more of the CAWs here that maybe people might be interested in, but we'll focus on the guys tomorrow. Alright, I'm out. See ya!